are back. You know how long it took me to get out of friggin' bed today? Listen to this beat. Even better than Clams Casino. And I love Clams Casino. But Haven is next level. Don't mind me, we're just hanging out for a sec. I don't even have the damn game up yet. Just give me a moment. I'm really lagging today. Worked 4 days in a row. I went to sleep super motivated. I was ready to get up and work on the card game. Do some streams. When I got up this morning, let me tell you, that is not what happened. Let me respond to a shit talker real quick, and then I'm gonna turn on streamer mode because I certainly don't want notification sounds going off while I'm trying to stream. Yeah, I didn't get out of bed until fucking 4 p.m. It's crazy. Well, I did get out of bed a little bit. Like I got up at 9, and then I made 6 eggs, and then I just didn't feel that great. After that, I think I maybe just ate too many. Normally 6 eggs is exactly what the correct amount, but felt kind of bloated, so I just went and laid back down. Went to sleep for 2 hours, and then I doom scrolled on Twitter and YouTube Shorts for like 3.5 hours almost. Told myself at some point, like, all right, 1600, I'm getting out of fucking bed. And it was a struggle. No motivation. No desire to be motivated. I don't even feel particularly guilty about it. Alright, so let's go ahead and cut the intro music out. Let's get on the screen. Oh, I kind of feel like I need to play, kind of get my mind into the game before I do any kind of casting. And I don't have any replays. We're just gonna hop on to live games and cast casualties. Well, we're gonna cast some casualties. Well, let me tell you, there will be tens of thousands of casualties. But we're just gonna do another bot match, because I'm still not very good at all, and I don't want to taint somebody else's game with my incompetence quite yet. I think I'm almost ready to do like a casual 8v8 and just start chipping away, you know, chiseling my rank so I can determine kind of where I'm at. But, you know, last time when I accidentally built 3 friggin' wind turbines instead of turrets, I was like, yeah, you know, we're not ready. I need to at least be building the correct thing before I fucking bother. So we're gonna go with a barbarian AI on easy, because and it was a struggle to beat the easy. I mean, simple AI is way too easy. Like, they don't even do anything for the first minute of the game or something like that. Simple AI will literally stand there and give you like a 1-minute head start. So great for just absolute first game learning how it works, but way too easy for me to get any significant use out of. I kind of need something to be attacking me, you know what I mean? It really doesn't happen when you're using simple AI too much. What kind of map? What are we going for? I did notice flickering last time when I was zooming in and out, but that didn't start happening until the late game of the second game I casted. And I'm using graphics card encoding, so actually before I do this, I need to go into settings and graphics, and we might just... Where are these settings and graphics? How bizarre. I don't know why it's I don't know why it's showing none of the actual graphic settings. It's a little too quiet, isn't it? Get the single player music up again. I did notice that I was peaking the microphone slightly. I'm going to turn the gain down on just the dial here. Just maybe 10-20% should make me come through clearly. I don't want to blow out the game volume, you know what I mean? Alright. Time to get stressed out, because I'm still not very good. And I'm going to struggle to manage my opponent's actions while expanding my own. Let's see. I don't want anything with water on it. I think maybe these crystallized plains, because I kind of like last map, the other map I played. I don't remember which one it was. It was somewhere in here. Somewhere in this list is the map I played on. There are about 100 million maps to scroll through, so... I don't know. Alright, so... very simply, just going to, get the eco rolling. Remember to produce workers, because that was a problem I had last time. Actually make the right buildings, because that's something I failed to do last time, hitting the wrong hotkeys when I was building. I'm not mentally warmed up at all. Like I said, it's been a very, very dead day in my brain. Alright. I didn't change the starts. Why is my cam set in that weird, kind of a bizarre angle there? Oh, it probably saved from the when I was spectating. So, which one do I want to go to?
Please choose your starting location.
I'm fucking getting there. Jesus Christ. Alright, doesn't really seem to... well, it does matter. I guess I'll choose this one. I'll choose the southern starting location. I feel like it's a little bit more defensible. So, 2 to 18 wind. The wind should be reasonably good. And we're gonna... this time... yeah, I should just start the game. Actually, I need to get used to not queuing up all my buildings ahead of time. Need to get used to controlling the game, you know? Like, that's an important thing to do. So we're gonna go 3 there. Mix there. Build. That. Then I'm gonna build a laser here, since that's always a problem. If I keep the base tight, I can use one laser, cover everything. That'll stop at least some yearly scout harassment from fucking up my economy. I queue up 2 workers. Get that worker out ASAP, please. Run myself out of energy and then go ahead and start walking them down.
Low power.
Oh god, the wind. The wind is bad right now. I'm gonna need some... Oh, what are you doing? Over here. Over here, please. And we will start with a turret. Get the mexes put down. Turn on the repeat. I'm gonna pause it temporarily. And get this up and going. Then I'm gonna build some power down here, because I am very not good on power right now. Alright, we can go ahead and unpause that. I'm gonna walk forward, and I'm gonna set some defenses up right in here. While you gonna make this whole line out this way. Need you to defend this northern flank. Okay, power is good. I'm gonna walk forward. I'm gonna take this metal now. Actually, I'm gonna set up a few more defenses. At least in the front. Then I'm gonna move them forward. Let's work in a constructor. Need another one. And I'm just gonna... I need to figure out where he's at, actually, so we're just gonna go... send these 2 across to the far corners. Okay, and I'm gonna get you to start assisting here. And then once I get some more wind, I'm gonna get some energy storage. And then I'm gonna start building a construction turret. Half an hour until I can... Are those pylons? Are which pylons? I have many pylon-looking buildings. If you're talking about these are turrets. Okay, no, there's the enemy. Whoop, back up, back up, back up, back up. Ugh. Really a strong reason to lose that right there. So I'm gonna move my units up. Actually, I can go ahead and get him. I'm gonna go ahead and just build energy storage at the front. Fuck it. I don't want to separate them too much or they'll be really easy to jump on. Then I'm gonna make 7 bots and add a constructor for each one of those. I'm gonna need a bigger tower, so let's get a tower building. Wind is kicking up, so it was actually a really good thing to build this storage here. Let's get some more defenses at my OP mechs over here. Get more units in place, and we'll run in and do some harassment. Some defenses built there. Okay, we're starting to do real good on power generation, so I'm gonna break off here and get a first construction turret building. 6 minutes feels okay. Let's go see if we can mess with the enemy a little bit. This is about to finish. I'm gonna need to get this guy going north over here. Get some light turrets up there. And we're just gonna run in. Actually, let's go over here. These are the closest ones, so that's probably where the AI went to go set up some mechs. And here it is. No reason to stand there and fight the turret. Because I'm gonna come right in through the back. Oh, he's got a bunch of pawns here himself. He sees me. I don't think he's... Oh, they got... Okay, he's got turrets in the back. I think I might still have enough, though. Okay. Let's get some advanced power building. And I've got another one here. Another turret up. Okay, they killed everything. I don't think... Oh, I killed a nettle, whatever that is. I don't think I killed any more mechs, but I did mess with the economy of his a little bit, so... Oh, no, no. I need you working on the bots, please. Thank you. I need bot production. I don't have any radar, I just realized that. I need to get some radar up. ASAP. By ASAP, I mean after, and only after I build all these turrets. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Let's send him up there. Another constructor. What do I want you working on? I want some more power storage, and I need some in the back just in case the stuff at the front gets destroyed. Have him run up here. Get a geothermal plant. Get some radar up there. There's some gaps on the radar because of the terrain, but not too many. I'm gonna go ahead and stop building these and start producing some Centurion, maybe some maces. I want a few heavier units here. Pawns won't do it forever. And since I'm going to have enough power coming in, I'm going to get another constructor going. Nothing on radar yet, so that's good, at least down here. I'm going to move up and take the center. You're not doing anything, so you can go help build bots. Rebot here. Got a weak back line, so we'll put a beamer back there. Move these guys north. Idle constructor, I'm going to have him work on the geothermal plant. Actually burning through more energy that I can use. I'm going to move this constructor to the front so I can build more advanced defenses. We're going to have a proper base up here. Needs more rockets. You are right. I don't have any rocket bots with me up here. But I'm not attacking in yet. I'm just playing defensively since I'm too shit to attack. If I was attacking, I would want rocket bots because they outrange most most early static defenses. He doesn't have. He does have a fair amount. I would definitely want some rockets before I go in there. They're going to build radar and build 4 turrets on the cliff. With that geothermal, I'm producing a shitload of power now, so I'm good there. However, I'm stalling out in my economy a little bit. Who's idle? Who's idle and where are they? Okay. You are going to build more wind, but with greater spacing. You are going to go back here. I don't know what to do with him yet, so he's just going to hang out at the back. Actually, I know what I'm going to do. You're going to go up here. Get some more advanced defenses. And I'm going to go harass the eco again, but with something that is akin to an actual army-ish. It's all tier 1, it's not that big of a deal, but it will help for now. And at that, I'm going to go ahead and start getting tier 2. I might be a little late on getting tier 2, but should be okay. I also don't have any other specific reason I'm getting tier 2. It's just, I feel like I need it because I really want those advanced metal extractors faster, but I didn't earn it really with any kind of pressure. Actually, I'm going to go see if he has a geothermal plant here, and I'm going to take that out. And then you need to build radar. Can I build radar on the cliff? I'm going to build radar on that cliff. AI does not have geotherm. They're not down there. Let me go this way. Maybe they're expanding north. Or maybe they're just going to attack in. We're just going to retreat. Back to the static defenses here. Spread my units out. That turret will finish just in time for this attack. I'm going to go ahead and tell him to attack in. Okay, easy. Easy victory there. I'm actually going to pull all of my units in here. Let's get them all up here. And then when they're here, I'm going to go in for an attack. And I'm going to pause bot production right now, because I am running low on metal. I need to learn how to make... look at how much energy I'm producing. I don't have any metal... You know what? That's what I need to be doing. I have no energy converters at all. I'm just going to go build like 7 in the back real quick. That really would help if I had that. Got some units pre-staging at the edge of my radar range. I'm going to go teach them why it's a bad idea to hang out in vision. I can't move too far ahead because I got these mace spots coming up. Pop production is paused, so I need to be careful, but I should be able to do a decent amount of damage here. I kind of wish you could tell the units to move at the speed of the slowest one. That'd be useful. Okay. Back to the defenses. They've amassed another attack. Starting to build a surplus of metal. I don't want to lose all my mace bots, so I'm going to run in the rest of the units here. And I'm just going to tell them to run in. We're going to get some big flank damage here. Tear them to pieces, exactly. Oh my god, that's so much salvage. Okay, we're going to set up forward here. I'm just going to build some defenses up there with my commander, which puts my commander at risk, but we'll see if that is fine. I have idle workers everywhere. We're gonna pull you back in. Okay, we got tier 2. Time to get a worker built. Tier 2 worker up. Have you build some of that. Who else is idle? You coming back? Come on down. Build another construction turret up here. Run all these units up, and then I'm going to interrupt my queue and just spam out like 6 Lazarus bots. Nope, gotta go in. Gotta fight here, and we're gonna make short work of them because we're doing a shitload of bonus damage. AI doesn't really... Well, he didn't attack with much of anything there. And in fact, since I'm building a bunch of static D up here anyway, so we'll kill that pretty quickly. I'm just gonna run into there. Oh, that's a beamer. I don't have the rocket bots, like I said I needed. I mean, army as is, maybe I can go in and just kill them all. Is there anything I can build with the commander that can heal? Maybe not. I don't think so. I guess that'd be a little bit OP. I'm gonna mark these as 4, and we're gonna run in here and start reclaiming all these. And by reclaim, I mean res. We do it on energy production. I think it'll be time to stop after this energy converter. What do I want for my tier 2 units? Maybe just a fat boy? I want a fat boy, and then I need... Then I'll do like 3 hounds for every fat boy I build. Empty online. Hey man, do you play PvP? Not yet, as I am not very good at all. And not that everybody in PvP is good, but you know, I need to get to the point where I'm not, you know, hitting the wrong hotkey to build things before I feel okay about playing PvP. As well, I'm very bad at scaling my early economy, so... But the time for PvP will approach. I think we just run in. Damn the defenses, we're running in. And just kill this whole forward base. I don't know if this is optimistic, but we're gonna fucking find out. Okay, alright. Pretty good. Good damage. Pull back, because I'm about to run into the main as soon as I have enough units. Pull some more guys up. And I'm going to kill these expansions because they're point blank. What am I doing on metal? I need more metal. Oh, wait. Duh. I wasn't paying attention. I've had a damn worker down here the whole time that can do this. Run him around and upgrade all of my metal extractors, and that will solve the metal problem. Okay, wipe that out. Oh, they're all bots, so they can just run up the hill. That's good. Really, I should be running my fastest units around separately from all my slowest ones. So that I don't... Oh, here comes an attack. Can I de-gun this force? This is a risk, but it paid off. I have these up here. Let's get these revived. I'm gonna run down and kill this expansion, which is risky because my commander's all the way up front. which would definitely get me killed if I was playing against actual players. Because they would just see that and dive on it, because this is not very much actual defense. Oh, I'm just gonna have to run them in. Get that flank damage. What? Is static defense flankable? Let's chase that construction bot. I'm just gonna send part of my army down here. Chase that. Excuse me, sir. Thank you. And we're just gonna prepare to run in and kill him, because I think I've done more than enough damage here. So critical errors this game, definitely leaving the tier 2 constructor there for probably 5 minutes, maybe, almost. Probably more than that. Leaving him for 5 minutes for getting the energy converters. We've got a lot of idle workers, but I know that idle constructors is not as big of a deal in this game as it is in some games. Let me get my Lazarus bots out of there. We probably can just run into the main and kill everything. Then we'll be good to go. So I need to remember next time energy converters will save my ass, because that's completely necessary to run an account to scale your economy up in the mid, you know, the early to mid game transition before you get up to tier 2. And I have plenty here. Let's just eliminate the enemy. We build units and we kill the enemy. That's what an RTS is. And I mean, even if all the little ones die, it's fine, because I've got our fat boy over here dishing out big burst damage, plenty of light plasma bots. I mean, the whole base is dead. Where's the commander? Commander is not here. Eat shit. Die. Thank you. Wait, what's that? Oh, that's defense. There's no reason to run my... Absolutely no reason to run my units into that. I need to figure out where the commander's at. Okay, you go run over there. You go run over there. You over here. And you go over here. And then the rest of you get in formation. They're using artillery on my stuff. How dare you? And I'm just gonna run in because I don't want to just eat artillery shots. So we're just gonna walk the mace bots and the fat boy in there without any additional support. Where's that artillery coming from? Hans will be here shortly. Ah, the missile trucks. A constructor. What are these doing here? Get out of here. Just gonna hunt them down. Where the hell is the commander at? Yes, I hotkeyed my commander on one of my battle groups. Yes, he is about to get fucking flanked, and so is my artillery. Oh, he just straight up ran. He's like, nah. Oh, God, I need to re-hotkey everything. Hang on. There we go. Solve that problem. Just take out this defense. Where the hell is the commander? I'm gonna have to start building friggin' radar in random locations. Just to try and spot him. He's still making army. So he must be around here somewhere. He's obviously rebuilt some stuff. Maybe I need air. I mean, I don't have any air right now. I've completely neglected that. What was that? What that was? Maybe, oh wait, maybe back corner? I didn't go all the way to the back corner. I also did not check over here in this kind of dead area. I'm just gonna use this as a secondary force here. What factory? Oh, I forgot to set it on repeat. I've been wondering the whole time, like, I don't have a lot of tier 2 units. That's weird. Yeah, it's because I'm not building any. Yeah, see, I can't be doing that stuff. I'm not gonna do something that brain dead in a PvP game. So we got to resolve that. You know, iron out the bad habits before I get to a point where I can screw up anybody else's team game or whatever. Ah, here's the rest of the rebuilt main base. Be plenty of firepower here, even without the pawns, to kill the rest of these. Need to move my artillery up. Still absolutely no goddamn idea where the enemy is. Oh, they're trying to res all this stuff over here. No, 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 no. Oh my god. Yeah, I couldn't look.
Unit detected.
Ah, great. And now I'm fighting that. Yep, they're all about to die. Damn it, man. See? This is stupid. It's stupid, like, can't go into the freaking... Can't go into PvP if I can't fucking handle the AI on the easy. Ah. A lot of boneheaded decisions. Is he done yet? He's almost done with that, and I'm gonna build more constructor turrets since the game might go on longer now that I've kind of let it get to the point where it might go on longer. I'm just taking random artillery fire. Alright, look. I've about had it with that, okay. Just gonna kill this little army over here. Oh no, what happened? All your units are dead. He's got hounds as well. No big deal. I now have 2 fat boys, or is it just the one? The other one must have got sniped. Whoa, that is not what I meant to do. Now I will need an even bigger force to run in there with, but I've got units watching this area. I do have a consistent stream of reinforcements here. I should build... I should be building like a tier 1 factory up here. In fact, we're gonna do that. Let's get some production at the front. And then we will move all these units in, and then I will crush him under my heel. Because I know his economy is not going to be, like, it's going to be... He's got tier 2, so he'll have metal. But he's not going to have enough metal. I mean, I'm not... well, I think I'm making use of my metal correctly. But that does remind me, hang on. He's done. Okay, you're done. You need to come over here, and I need to start building fusion reactors. Just in case I really fuck this up bad enough that I need a scaled economy. We're gonna start building these. I don't have any defenses down here, but I've pretty much got them penned in over here, and I've got total radar coverage of that area. Alright, finally. That took a long time. It's a 30-minute game. Should have been over a lot quicker than that. I just couldn't figure out where the damn commander was at. The only place I can think of is that it probably went south. And because I had no radar coverage there and I didn't move my units that way, I mean, that's gotta be where it was at. I assume. Well, that went well. Ish. Alright. Here we go. The time has come. I mean, I know I was just bitching and moaning that I suck. But here's the good thing about 8v8s. You can suck and get carried. I have seen many times even really bad players that don't build, that just never scale their economy at all and getting like bullied off the map at mid game and never really contribute a whole lot, still survive to the end of the game. So we're gonna look for an 8v8 and we're gonna play it. And then after this 8v8, oh, excuse me, I'm gonna get into we're gonna get into some casting. Looks like they're co-op versus barbarian AI. Well, they're already filled up. Is it filled or is it? This one's filled. And it's at the straight. Do we cast? We're about to start. Do we cast a game? Do we say fuck it to PvP and just cast? I think we're gonna cast. I want to cast because this is a pretty solid lineup of ranks here. Not too many that are particularly low. So we'll go ahead and cast a game. Maybe afterwards we'll do a 8v8. The time approaches. Oh, they've changed the map out of nowhere. All that glitters. Oh god. Team 1 has Jar Jar Binks. It's over. It's Jover, baby. Unless, okay, yeah, they're calling, okay, time to start. The whisper of these dusty plains, slowly being drowned out by the encroaching stomps of teleporting robots. Thankfully, these deserts are already devoid of life. Welcome to B-Tagonist's first cast of the day. It is an 8v8 at all that glitters. This map is characterized by the top left and bottom left, or bottom right, being very rocky and very full of choke points, whereas the bottom left to the top right is a much more open lane. So some interesting corner-to-corner gameplay, plenty of flank opportunities here. As soon as the players are present, we will begin our introductions. Red team is almost all here. Still waiting on 2 blue team members. Little bit of chat. Looks like Kofu is going to be trying to go for a tier 3 rush. Nobody answers him, however. Oh, we've got one that left, unfortunately. He might have been trying, he might be rejoining here shortly. So we've got 2 players now. That's the one good thing I will say about doing replays instead of doing games live. You don't have this sort of problem. Because now my introduction, my dramatic intro is a bit wasted. I mean, I've filled dead air plenty of times before, but, you know, kind of looked like it was going smoothly. All of red team is in, so while we wait for blue team, their final member to arrive, if one is to arrive at all, we will go ahead and start the introductions. On the red team, starting in the cliffs, Almari and Conky. In the open field, Kofu, Jar Jar Binks, and Darrow Ace are bringing up the back line. I got 0 kills, that's unfortunate. Cricket and Florio are the front line. Blue team, Markeeves, Weistein, Diamond Demon are the front-line players. Tank Destroyer and Barak are in the cliffs. And Nunyu, and that's how I'm going to say that name, because that is a pain in the ass to say and read. Shootapalooza and Microchip bring up the back line. top players on both teams. Jar Jar Binks for the red team. And Weistein for the blue team. And here we go. In 8v8 at all that glitters. I can listen with sound now? Well, you just showed up at the exact time this game was starting. Now, Shootapalooza, go ahead. He's marked out the medals he's going to take, which is very nice. Kofu is trying to rush tier 3. So he's going to try and get a... he wants an Armada Constructor before 17 minutes. I assume he means tier 2 Constructor, so we can start the work on the experimental gantry. Nunu on the blue team, planning to rush anti-nukes. So interestingly, both players on the same position of either side have decided they're going to rush for specific strategies. No units on the field yet. The basics being created as we speak. Bot lab, a vehicle lab, a bot lab, a bot lab, bot lab, bot lab, bot lab. There's another vehicle plant. 6 bots and 2 vehicles for blue team. Whereas we have, looks like we're gonna have 4 and 4. 4 bots, 4 vehicles. That means blue team will be able to get out and slightly more units. Bots are a little bit cheaper. There's not a specific terrain advantage to having bots here, as bots can't climb the cliffs this steep. So the normal advantage of having bots in this case is only going to be the fact that they're cheaper to produce, which may not be an advantage on a map with this many metal extractor points, as they are spread very evenly from one side to the other. Now the first scouts are on the field. Red sending out a commanding presence of scouts here. Blue doesn't have hardly anything to speak of in terms of units. First units for blue coming out now, but we've already got some scouts across the field. Rover bikes for cricket. In range. They're gonna get up and snipe this res bot. No resources for you. That was Diamond Demon's Lazarus. A horrible loss this early in the game, but you certainly don't want your early bots being destroyed no matter what they are. Weistein's commander and Diamond Demon and Marquise, they start moving their commanders up first. The first ones to start approaching closer to the middle. Let's get a sideways view here. This looks a little bit better. There we go. Minor conflicts. Some scouts trading shots here, but nothing too bad right now. Some kills to either side. Almari asking if, drawing an arrow towards a metal extraction point, asking if he's going to take it. If Kopu's going to take it. Kopu says no, so Almari will take that. Some good team chat up at the north side of the map here. Actually, I already introduced the map in that way earlier, so I'm gonna play it in this way. On the east side, Florio is gonna move up a bot squad. We've got some grunts at a front line. Tank Destroyer moving his commander up. That is a vulnerable position he's gonna want. Oh, and he was spotted by a unit. He could jump on this, so he's gonna need to get the static defense up immediately. Tank Destroyer will do so, but with Cricket and Florio point blank with their units, I think we might see the first commander snipe of the game. Florio's moving in. He's gonna dive. He sends all of his grunts in, but there's one turret only. Looks like it'll be enough for now. I wasn't able to do anything with it. Cricket probably should have jumped on that as well, but no damage to tank. Oh, slight damage to Tank Destroyer's commander. Nothing too bad though. On the west side, Marquise for the blue, for the blue team. Encroaching on red team's cliffs. They're about to stand off in the choke point. Tank Destroyer moved beyond the choke point. We have a detonation of a commander. That's going to leave 2,000 metal on the field. And Nunu is going to go collect his commander's wreckage. Probably going to push for tier 2 immediately. He did say he was rushing anti-nukes, so he's going to want some tier 2 as soon as possible. Microchip marking out. Microchip also detonated his commander, it looks like. I did not catch that. Florio and Tank Destroyer. Florio's got command of Tank Destroyers. One of the, he's got pretty much complete command of one of the choke points. He's got units right outside of him. He's got Static D. Tank Destroyer's not in a good position here. He's having to defend against both Florio and Cricket. Diamond Demon's got a few of his units up here, but there's definitely an outnumbering problem for the Cliffside blue team right now. On the west, Marquise. Does he have any artillery? He's got one artillery, a single shell shocker, dropping shells. Be interesting if they see, they try jousting between those hills. Yes. Command of these, total domination of these choke points is crucial to this map. Too many times I've seen people build very lackluster defenses here, and they pay for it. You gotta contain that choke point. You can. It makes it a lot easier to deal with high numbers, but you do have to have the damage output to manage it. Up in the north, Tofu detonates his commander. He's gonna take that medal. Big fights down here. At the east side, Tank Destroyer versus Florio. Diamond Demon starting to build some static defense off the Tank Destroyer's left, allowing him to contribute to move most of his units back to the right side. So he's got units in the choke point. He's got some rocket bots. Florio is testing the defenses, but nothing is getting through right now. New. Is ready to produce tier 2 for his teammates. He's receiving metal from teammates right now to help in the production. Nothing too much on the right side right now. Tank Destroyer's commander moved up and built a turret in range of Florio's units. It's doing some damage. Florio hasn't yet reacted. He does have rocket bots. He could easily deal with this. Oh, there's a pause. We've got a pause in the game. Darrow Ace calling for a pause here. Now tactical chatter for blue while the pause. A little too much to keep up with, but it looks like red team is going to make a serious push on the blue team's cliffs. Really try to push into that choke point. Taking control of even a single outer choke point can provide a serious advantage for the attacking team. Conky on the west side right now does have a more dominating position. He's got Dragon's Teeth fortifications, some comfy little walls that'll prevent tanks from moving into range. Only a few light laser towers though. What else do we have going on here? Looks like they're calling to take. It looks like somebody has gone maybe AFK here. Another pause. Ugh. I can't take yet. It's currently 7v8, he's saying. He hasn't disconnected, he's just gone AFK for some reason. Which one is it? "33-second delay, apparently, by one of the players. We're gonna wait another minute to see if he can connect properly. Another thing that's good about running replays, you don't have to worry about disconnections. If the game takes too long, I may just simply bounce out. Okay, one of them has left. They've kicked the player, or he left, or otherwise disconnected. Which will give one of the players opportunity to take his stuff. Big battle on the east side. Florio engaging the infantry with his commander, firing off the D-gun. Kills quite a few pawns. Nothing left to really push in and kill the commander quite yet. There are several tanks and artillery in that choke point, though. On the west side, Marquise is content to just sit, plant some artillery there, and launch directly into the cliffs. Looks like Conky took the missing player's stuff. We should be good. At the midfield, Diamond Demon and Weinstein squaring off against I Got 0 Kills, who has proven himself completely wrong by getting a few kills, although he did promptly lose every tank there to the commander. Weinstein's got a Warden Heavy Laser Tower already, so he'll have some significant defenses there. On the east side, Barrack and Florio squaring off right now with tanks. Florio doesn't really have control of this position, but Barrack doesn't have a lot of units there either, so it may not be a problem at the moment. Tank Destroyer has plenty of units standing by, close by to Barrack, but is not contributing them. He's just holding a choke point with them at the moment. Aircraft. We have some strategic bombers coming in for Darrowways. He's taking out... Oh, at some point, Marquive's got some artillery planted on the top of the cliff. Darrowways is sending bombers over there to attack. There's a lot of chat here. I can't even keep track of it because I gotta be able to watch the game. It looks like Conky reclaimed somebody's commander. Almari is... Oh, he's rejoined. Almari has rejoined the game. But Conky took all his stuff as he left. Though, I don't think he actually has any units right now. At all. He has no income either, so this will be interesting. Florio with a significant force on the east side over by blue team's cliffs. A whole squad of light plasma bots. Quite a decent amount of DPS and range. Tank Destroyer's got pawns, but they're all outranged by these thugs. Only thing here that can really put up a decent fight are the tanks, but he's moving the tanks forward. Is he going to try and snipe the commander? I think he didn't realize that these were here. What's Barrack's vision right now? Let's check his view. He's got... I think he had just barely not enough radar to see that force there. Walks in, gets kind of annihilated. Tank Destroyer is forced to pull his units in. On the west side, Marquives moves his whole tanks in. He's got some blitz tanks and some stout medium tanks. They are blocked by the walls. He has not targeted the walls yet. Wildlife calling to D-gun something. I am not sure where. I know there's a hot... we have another pause. Should have done a replay. Conky's saying to give back his base and commander. Or, Almari is asking Conky to do that. Almari has his commander back. I don't know that... You can give buildings, right? Problem is, Conky probably scaled his economy assuming that he would have those resources. But he's only got a tier 1... New News says he's going to start putting up anti-nuke soon. Conky... They're looking at potentially kicking Conky. And okay, here we go. It looks like he's giving back units now. And by units, I mean all the buildings. He hasn't given back everything. It's taken him a little bit. He's got the factory back. He's got power generation. So it looks like we're good. So Almari back in the game. Gun Conky. Honestly, Almari should not be surprised by this, but it's fine. I would have just said, hey, give me some resources, I'll start rebuilding. But actually, where would he even build? I think he would have to have the base. All the other metal spots are mostly taken. He wouldn't have anywhere to rebuild. Now, Almari was given back most of his buildings, some of his eco, and his factory. So he'll be able to start rebuilding with those resources. He should be good to go. Does he have a metal extractor? He does. Okay, so he was given back his metal extractor. He's got some income finally. He should be able to start producing. On the east side, tank destroyer Florio with a huge thug wave coming in. Destruction of every turret here. Tank destroyer's firing D-guns, but he's too close. He's taking volleys. Oh, one shot over the cliff. Barely dodging the wall. Tags the commander, and tank commander goes down. Barrack does not have enough here to really stand up to another attack. He immediately starts rebuilding static, but you need a constructor up here. You need some tier 2 defense, or tier 1 you know what I mean. Medium defense. You need some better turrets. Those light turrets don't cut it forever. Barrack is dishing out some pain at long range, but all he's got here is artillery. A concerted push will break that. On the west side, Marquise pulled back his attack at some point, is simply sitting here, being very, very calm about things. A Conky artillery has killed Marquise's artillery from the low ground, which would be some impressive targeting. At middle, Jar Jar Binks with tier 2. He's got some hounds on the field. That's going to seriously dominate a lot of the static D around here. Diamond Demon doesn't have anything to deal with this. Well, he does have Centurions. They'll do decent damage, but he can't I don't know that he'll be able to just fight with that openly. The hounds can outrun him, which means I'm pretty sure they can outrange it. Yeah, range of 650 compared to these Centurions. They double the range of the Centurions. There's no way for him to close distance right now. And here we go. Weinstein versus I got 0 kills. 0 kill bringing in his tank line. Conky moving in his tank line. It's now a 2-player attack versus 2 players. Marquise and Weinstein on, Weinstein on defense. Jar Jar is going to move back towards the west to support 0 kill. That battle did not end in total devastation. On the east side, like I said, those artillery were not going to stand up. Barrack cloaks his commander. He's going to probably wait for an emergency D-gun here. He's going to launch. There goes. He fires. 1, 2, 3. He doesn't have the accuracy or the damage output. His commander goes down. There's no commander in the cliffs on the east side. On the west side, near midfield, Jar Jar Binks outranging all of the static defense of Weinstein with his hounds. They need tier 2 up yesterday. Sludge Sublime makes a good point here. The center area is primed for chaos. All the players have decent access if they can hold the cliffs. Yes, at the west, Conky versus Marquise, another tank battle. They're going to chase each other off. Plenty of dead tanks over here. They need to bring some Lazarus spots to start reviving. But some tier 2 units by Darrow Ace now. Hounds on his team, on his side, pushing in. The blue team has been pushed back far into their cliffs. Florio is actually setting up defenses now in the northern cliff entrance for the red team. At middle, a fiend rush by Weinstein. He's going to run him into the tanks, but there's just too much DPS. Even with the energy problems that Zero Kill has with running these energy towers, or these energy weapon towers, he's still able to fire them at reasonable rates. Takes them down. He's getting more power. I don't think just regular solar collectors is going to do it. He's going to need some advanced solar collection. In fact, he needs more energy generally. Probably should mass produce some wind or something immediately. He does not have the energy to be running this much of a defensive line. I mean, it's 75 energy per shot. Back towards the west. We've got tier 2 artillery on the field now, some Mausers for Markievs. You get a lot of shots in on Conky's force, but Conky is wisely moving away. He needs to use those cliffs to his advantage. Tank commander with a large pawn force here. These will get mulched. That is a ton of defense. If he just runs in, they are definitely dead. I think even Florio's defensive line and the northern cliff entrances, holding that 4-way choke, might be able to stop a pawn push. He's going to need more than that, I think. And he goes ahead and he sets up at the cliff at one of the wider entrances. He's just going to hold there. Florio doesn't look like he's in a hurry yet to push in. There's nothing stopping an attack. If Florio decides he's had enough of sitting around and goes for it, Nunu's got anti-nuke, sure, but very little else to help this. Nunu's actually bringing in some Sheldons. That is actually very good for a defensive play here. Got a couple of light turrets over here, but Florio could still do a lot of damage if he moves in. At center, Cricket, 0 kill, and Jar Jar are all set up in the front. Nice long defensive line. Blue team's a lot less organized with how they're setting this up. There's a ton of static defense for red team here, and blue team's static defense was picked apart when Jar Jar's Hound Force came in. But they do have tier 2 artillery, and they are laying down plenty of rocket fire as well. He does have a bulwark as well. That is a tier 2 energy weapon. A static energy weapon. Does quite a lot of damage, but it's not going to hold its own against an entire army. 0 kill. Done with waiting. Here comes the tank line. Jar Jar sees the movement. He's going to start moving south. Nope, pulls back. It's just 0 kill here. But that's a fiend wave. And Markievs, who's holding the nearby entrance to the cliffs, he's going to come in and support with the tanks. 0 kill gets repelled. Markievs does not push in further. Weinstein backs off. Jar Jar dishes out a whole bunch of pain to Diamond Demon's force, but Diamond Demon has a bunch of pounds of his own now. Not quite as simple a matter to push in now. Jar Jar's just running into this bulwark. A whole bunch of hounds go down. I don't think, well, if they didn't know that was there before, they'd know now. On the east side, Tank Destroyer at some point completely took the 4-way entrance to their cliffs. Florio has no units. No, never mind. I thought that was a wall, or at least it is in a manner of speaking. That's thugs. 37 thugs over here, and he's gonna need them because here comes the pawn push with Sheldon's backing up. Nunu and Tank Destroyer coming in. They kill the commander immediately. Tank Destroyer's entire pawn force gets wiped out in the explosion, but all of the static defense also falls. So Florio's entire position completely collapsed. At center, another fiend push by Weinstein, running in with the flamethrowers, dealing out serious pain to these tanks. Could have done more damage if he kind of stayed around the tanks, but he ran forward through the tanks into the static defense. So a lot of units died. There's a fighter wall up. Fighter squadron is up for Shootapalooza. Weinstein in a bad position here. These Arbiter heavy rocket bots cannot stand up to a welder push. Luckily, however, this metal extractor has a damn gun on it, so it actually holds the defense with the bulwark. He gets 3 of his 4 rocket bots out, back towards the east. East center. We've got battles going on between Diamond Demon and Cricket. Cricket's entire line here completely crumbling. Only tier 1 defense. The only thing he's got out here that's better than that is this agitator, but that's just plasma artillery. You need more than 1 at least, and you definitely need more force. Oh man, this is bad. Diamond Demon smells blood. He starts mass producing ticks. And they just start doing run-bys, doing itty-bitty little amounts of damage to everything they run across. They're in a bad position right now. Cricket. Jar Jar sends some of his force. They've pushed red team all the way back here, about halfway back to their base. Cricket lost quite a few metal extractors, but with advanced metal extractors on nearly every point, he should be good. Is that a nuke? No, that's a Juno. The Juno goes down, trying to stop the scout spam. It doesn't quite land in the right place, so a lot of these scouts are still going to get by without any problems. Diamond Demon. Jar Jar moves in, intercepts Diamond Demon's scout line, so that should stop the problem for now. And with Junos on the field, it'll make it a little bit easier. Florio on the east side with Darrow Ace's help, now pushing back Nunyu, who is now retreating, taking fadeaway shots with his artillery. What the hell's happening on the west? Haven't been over here in a while. Weistein. And 0 kills. Mostly just trading blows right now. Nothing significant is happening at the moment. They're standing off. Conky has still maintained control of the cliffs. Blue team's cliffs, however, not very well defended. A concerted push from, say, Jar Jar and Florio and Darrow could probably push this entire army back into the cliffs. And they might want to do so soon because there's a whole bunch of combat engineers building pop-up plasma artillery. They're starting to take fire. Not too accurate right now. They might not have any accuracy improvement devices. Some direct hits here and there. Doing good. The Juno lands, but these aren't scouts, so it's not going to do a whole lot else. Meanwhile, Marquise is far to the east with his army. He was over at the western cliffs. He decides to run in and just attack Jar Jar's army. This is bad for Jar Jar. That's too much firepower. So he's going to go down. He's got a bunch of heavy tanks here. Just ran through Jar Jar's welders. Interesting movement there. However, without his units. Starting to take shots from various artillery pieces. He doesn't have much defense down here. I take that back. There is a microchip that's built a pulsar cannon, as well as a bunch of starlights. 3 starlights on the field now. Oh, auto mod trigger. Hang on. There we go. On the east side. Blue team has stabilized, but they got pushed off from their force. Or they got forced off of the push. They were doing tank destroyer, however. Really just building tier 1 units right now. Not going to be able to run in with that. He's going to do it anyway. There's a lot of Sheldons back there. No, he's inching them forward. He's moving them a little bit forward at a time. Those are Fiends and Sheldons. They should roast this pawn line if he tries to run in with it. Yeah, towards the west. Microchip now contributing a bunch of scout spam over into the cliffs. Conky's having to deal with it. Doesn't really have anything that's anti-cliff. Well, the nukes aren't here yet, so we'll see. Back on the right side, it looks like they went ahead and pushed in. We've got tier 3 units on the field. Kofu. Marauders on the east side. The least powerful tier 3 unit, but still quite powerful. Definitely something to augment a force with, but not something to just solo. He's got his Marauders just parked at the east side. He's just simply forgotten them. He's not controlling them right now, and they're just taking damage. A whole bunch go down. He's just losing them all. I mean, it might be the cheapest tier 3 unit, but it doesn't mean it's cheap. We've got a fighter push from Microtrip on the west side. And a tank push by Marquise running in through the cliffs. These heavy tanks going to dish out some serious hurt. However, there's just enough defense here, I think, to fully stop Marquise. There's too many corpses. There's too much tank scrap. It's just physically blocking his heavy tanks from getting in. Big bombing run. Here comes Microchip. Sorry, Shootapalooza with his Air Force. Gonna run in. Undefended. There's no anti-air. These bombers are gonna hit. What do they aim for? Do they get a chain reaction? They take out a whole bunch of energy production. Almari takes serious economic damage. There's just no anti-air here. Darrow now producing some fighters to try and run over there. This is almost an did they get off another volley? They're coming back down. They're going to try and get another volley off. That didn't really do anything. He's not really microing his bombers right now. They're just sort of bombing indiscriminately. Anki takes big damage from our bombing run. Total lack of fighter support there. Really showing through for red team. Their cliff teams are screwed. They're dead. It's just dead at this point. Anki's got a Razorback. 2 Razorbacks, however. If he can get some anti-air, if they can take care of this Air Force, he can rebuild. Those 2 Razorback can 100% hold the line against a whole bunch of tier 1 and tier 2 units. By themselves, almost. On the east side, tank destroyer. Scout spamming into the middle, but there's just a lot of firepower here, so Not a whole lot being done. They are getting in, and they're getting a few shots off each, so... Right now, they're just trading artillery on that side. Darrow. Honky complaining now. If he didn't come back, I was better off. Almari says, you are right, and I think that's 100% wrong. Almari was building air. They told him to switch off to build ground. He might have been trying to just play eco or something as well. Florio says he's GG this side. They should have just let him continue to build air and just start spamming fighters, because now Darrow, he's retaken air superiority. Honky just leaves. He takes his Razorbacks and he moves out. Or did he leave the game already? Well, those are Koku's Razorbacks. Never mind, those weren't Conky's. Conky just... Koku just straight up leaves that area. And Almari's just... There's no defenses here. Koku could have held that. He's not going to, though. Back at the east. Florio's got nothing left to fight with. Red team's defenses aren't really collapsing, but how long until they get tired of chasing units into these cliffs and just start running in towards the rest? Almari, GG's out. Florio says GG. There you have some demoralized player here. Fletch Sublime, not only are they pointing fingers, they actively told him to get off of air production because he had been gone for so long and he was disconnected for so long that they wanted him to get on ground control or ground production, but Shootapalooza says, fuck, I suck with air. Well, he's the reason the game is winning right now, so I mean, hey, even if he's not efficient with air, he is basically the reason the game is essentially over. Red team continues to fight it out here with what few remains. We got just tier 1 bot spam streaming across now. They're starting to get into the economies. More damage being dealt to pink team, or to a pink player. Whoever that is, I don't have the HUD up, so just look at that unit spam. They're just running tier 1 units to their deaths. It doesn't even matter now. It's not impossible to come back, but it's pretty much impossible. Like, let's be real. I mean, red team is less than half on resource collection, but it wouldn't be impossible. They do have fighters up. So you've got fighters in the sky for your team. You've lost the cliff bases, but you could re-expand. There's basically no units in there. There's still Razorbacks. If Kofu had a little ambition, he could run those Razorbacks in there, take control of that area, start rebuilding advanced metal extractors, and start pumping economy towards his teammates, and then just holding the line with these Razorbacks. Because let me tell you, these Razorbacks, a single Razorback can absolutely annihilate tier 1 spam. Unless you are spamming at an extremely... Look at this thing chew these units. You see what I mean? And it looks like Kofu's getting that idea. Maybe just go back into the cliffs, hold the line. If they can reclaim the economy, this is actually a winnable position. Because blue team is relying heavily on just spamming units to the front right now. So it's more of just a defensive hold. The team could pull out of this, but Kofu needs to get on that production immediately. Florio, now in the spectator, saying, "I don't know how this is a 15+ lobby." He's talking about rank there. The irony of the one guy who was going to make the dedicated air being told to get off air, doing so, and then that loses the game, essentially. They really needed a fighter curtain in order to deal with this. Red's main force is obliterated. I don't think there's enough time to rebuild economy over here. He's trying. Conky's actually come back in. He's still got a combat engineer, so he's going to try and rebuild. He's building a Tech 1 constructor in the field. There's just too much firepower out here, though. Units being streamed in, a whole bunch of zero kills economy is getting roughed up right now. I mean, these chainsaws are doing a good job of anti-air. Those are going to go down soon, though. And I think with more of a proactive response, reclaim that. Really needed to run in and claim those resources as soon as possible. Blue team's starting to move their more advanced units up. They're taking metal extractor after metal extractor here. Zero kill is basically eliminated. There's simply no defense for the east side bases here, or west side bases. Except for a friggin' Thor. And a Razorback. Okay, hang on. Like I said, anything can happen. The Razorback goes down. That's unfortunate. You really need that. A single Thor fires too slowly to be of much use. Pulsar's taking long-range shots at some Tier 1. With more Razorbacks, more concerted effort, I don't know. This might have been salvageable if they had reacted a little more proactively. Or, I don't know. Built anti-air. Easy for me to say, I guess. From my armchair position. Combat engineers building pop-up artillery at midfield as fast as possible for some reason. And they call it. Red team. Unfortunately for them. Really didn't have long to rally there, and unfortunately, they did not rally in that time. Lack of air was the link that shattered the chain. They really needed Almari to keep producing air. I get the rationale for why they wanted him to jump on bot production. I get that. However, was just not the call to make there. Okay. This game is already in progress. I kind of wish it would show you when you mouse over a game how long the game's been going on, so I could just take a look and be like, okay, this one. I'm down for another. We got all day. 8v8 with the boys. Is this the same group? Looks like mostly a different group here. Jar Jar's still here. Popjack Lovely. Okay. This is a total, it's just a total shuffle. The only one here is the only one that's the same here is Jar Jar, so we got a fresh team here. Imagine casting massive silica battles too. Well, I'm worried about silica because it's a solo dev and a year is not a long time for how much needs to be done into that game. And while I do enjoy it, I'll definitely play it more. I like playing it. It's fun. It's really bare bones, but it is fun. Jar Jar deserves defeat because of his name alone. Well, he did get defeated, so I mean, you got that. Well, I was actually about to go down there and hit the play button because somebody bounced out. Oh, another person bounced out. Do we do it? Let's wait a sec. No, somebody jumps in. Okay. I'm too bitch made to jump into PvP yet. I still feel nervous about it. I did the same thing when I was learning how to play StarCraft 2. It took forever before I started playing ranked games. Technically every game, and man, they cannot get somebody to... Okay. Like I'm fighting with myself to press the join queue button. There we go. We have begun. As the cavalcade of echoing gunfire fades from the previous battle. Across the desert, at another blasted wasteland. Two more armies line up to begin their production push. Whatever happens in this battle, we know it's going to be beyond all reason. On... Which map is this? I don't think I've seen this map before. Star Watcher, 0.9. Now, things to note. A lot of these cliffs can be walked up by bots. They do have ramps leading up to this high ground. High ground control can be very important. It gives ballistic units quite the range upgrade. So a ballistic focus and taking the high ground, valid defensive strategy here. There are 2 lakes, center of the map, north and south. There's a land bridge in the middle. It's very wide, and then there's 2 more narrow bridges to the east, north, and south. Relatively evenly spread metal. What other resources do we have? We've got only 2 geothermal plants available on this map. So 1 for one team and 1 for the other. All right, red team has all joined. Let's see what we got here. For the front line. Somebody has not placed their commander yet. Oh, excuse me. For the front line on red team, Sherry, Beppis, Jar Jar Binks, and Jomki. For their rear line, Juke, Rolig, About 30 Ninjas, and Fists of Heaven. Which is that's a badass name. Fists of Heaven, hell yeah. On the blue team, we are waiting on a guy. So stand by. Control the far side of the lakes looks important to avoid nasty flanks. Well, if you build hovercrafts, that lake could be its own flanking position. Now we have somebody rejoining right now. He has rejoined. All right, let's look at it. For the blue team, on the front line, lovely, Mall World, Super Funyun, and whoever... Oh, they haven't placed their commander yet. Oh, on the back line, it's Bedlam, Mr. Dies a Lot, which is probably why he's in the back, Stoney Lopez, and Prince Fluffy. Now that leaves... no, we did Mall World. Popjack. That leaves Popjack, who has yet to place his commander. Blue team a little bit stacked here. They do have 2 players ranked over 30. Whereas on the other side, they only have 1 player ranked over 30. But, on the blue team, they have a lower average rank for all other players, so we'll see how this sort of balancing works out. Now, one thing to notice is that if you're a noob, it's generally recommended that you actually take frontline because all you're worried about is producing. Juke says, will we ever start? Good question, Juke. 2 mechs, solar, mechs, 2 wind, lab, is what Jar Jar says. Beppis goes factory off of 1 mechs? What? Bedlam. Looking like they're gonna see if Bedlam's gonna go air here. Waiting on 1 guy right now. Popjack, who has still not joined. I mean, he's in the server, he has not placed his commander yet. So he's successfully connected, but we are waiting on him. Waiting on 1 guy had to do something with his girlfriend. Super Funyun calls him a simp. Popjack, now is not the time for this. Could this be the first red team win? I've only ever seen blue wins on your cast. Is that true? Oh, I think it is. On all my casts, I think, oh no. Maybe I've got a caster curse. Any red team I'm watching is just gonna lose, guaranteed. Popjack finally joined, says pussy too good. Outstanding. But he's finally placed his commander. He's gonna be at the front. Looks like mirror starts. Nobody's trying to start in some crazy location. So there's a slight difference in how the rear commanders are set up. We'll see if that really makes a difference. Juke is way... What did... Juke really should have started over here by these 3 mechs. It's going to slow down his economy a bit. Alright, we begin. 8v8 at Star Watcher, because I forgot the map name already. Let's see what we have for our openers. Now for the front line, we'll have vehicles, bot lab. Bot lab? That's a bot lab, right? I think that's a bot lab. Pretty sure that's a bot lab. I actually don't know. Yeah, that's right, because I never play Cortex, and the Cortex buildings look different. Now... no units on the field as of yet. Looks like Bedlam. Yep, going air first. Nobody else going air. Looks like it's going to be unit production for everyone else. On this side, red team. About 30 ninjas is going air, and Fists of Heaven has yet to build a lab. He's going to get a bot lab up. A little bit slow on the draw there, but that's alright. I mean, blue team has a rank 4 player, so we'll see how that works out. Went for 3 solar to begin with. Average wind here is kind of, I wouldn't say crazy high, but it's reasonably high. Average wind is 9, so it might be a better idea to do solar. First scouts are coming across the map for blue team. It's going to be Popjack and Prince Fluffy. We're going to see Tick and Rover. Ticks and Rovers coming across the map in decent number here. Jump Key. Any defenses for Jump Key? Just the commander right now. 1 unit, 1 combat unit out. 2 ticks for Prince Fluffy coming up towards Jar Jar's base. He's going to lose one of them already. The other one's probably going to get picked out by a unit here. Popjack has run his scouts to the far left corner. I don't think they've been spotted, so they're going to run straight underneath here. This is not good. Not good for 30 ninjas. I don't think he's going to see this coming until it's almost too late. They don't have any radar down the cliffs, and they're on top of the mechs already. So about 30 ninjas is about to have to start dealing with it. He does have his commander in position. Popjack just runs a scout by, doesn't decide to stop and do any damage. There was a snipeable mechs there, but he's just not paying attention to it right now. Jar Jar runs his commander forward. He is currently at near center, setting up his forward bases. Super Funyun also moving his commander up. There's more commanders moving up for blue team right now. Most of the commanders remain at the bases. Got big damage going on over here. Juke takes several... Just bad. Actually, that was really bad. There's still a scout over here. He's got to move this, he's got to move the commander in. Jack finally loses it. He killed a whole bunch of energy production and 2 mexes. Juke has almost no metal production right now. So he's going to be badly slowed down. That's going to take a while before he becomes relevant here. A medium tank already by Popjack. We're going to run up to mid. And Jump Key's going to really micro his unit for seemingly almost no reason here. I mean, that was a waste of APM, I think. Not really a reason to do that. That unit does not have the power to survive that. Lovely, running some. We got some pawns coming in. Lovely's going to take out this mechs. So Sherry's going to respond. He's going to send in some of his assault tanks. They should outgun the pawns one-on-one. At least a little bit. Down at the bottom, more scout warfare. Prince Fluffy and Popjack have a decent force down here. Start the game. 5 pawns, 2 tanks. Up at the top. Sherry's getting harassed pretty successfully here. Jar Jar's saying he's going to be alone against 3, which is true. There's nobody else with him right now. Beppis has been camping at his base. Jar Jar says, wish me luck. You're going to need plenty of it. Juke says, on my way. He should be... I'm not sure who is ecoing for this team, but... Jar Jar does not complain. I'm sure he'd like some help. Beppis moving some of his units up. He's got some light tanks. Some brutes, medium tanks coming up for Beppis. Lovely is just going to run straight in through the top here. There's still no defenses up. Who's going to kill some of these energy converters? Juke. He's got some pawns coming up to help. But Sherry's in a bad place right now. Just taking a whole bunch of damage right now. Not too much done, though. There's still plenty of resource income here for him. Well, never mind. At 5. He's at 5 metal production at the moment. Here we go. Battle at the middle. I somehow completely missed that. Jar Jar is going to straight up just snipe a commander. Easy day for this fella. At the bottom, here in the south, we have some medium tanks duking it out with Jompke's, light units. We got some pawns over there. Fronts, I mean. Still don't recognize them at sight quite yet. Jar Jar is now primarily opposed by Super Funyun in terms of just pure military. However, Fists of Heaven moves some units up. Jar Jar's got some support now. And he's going to reclaim that entire thing, 2,000 metal easy. He might go... I wonder who's going tier 2 first. Back down to the bottom, we have Popjack and Prince Fluffy. Duking it out with Jompke, who's basically single-handedly holding against the both of them at the moment. But Popjack is a high-level player. I'm sure his production will be up and moving soon. Back center. Plenty of static D coming up by Jar Jar. Nothing too complicated. Back up to the north. Sherry has recovered for the most part. Beginning to move a force to the east. He's got some blitz tanks up front, but only 5 at the moment. Token force, if anything. But there isn't a whole lot here that can currently oppose him. A couple of rocket bots, a pawn, or 2 pawns and a rocket bot. Lovely. Focusing more on static D and eco right now than building units. Back at the south. Jompke continuing to duke it out with two players at the same time. He doesn't have the static D up. These medium tanks are moving in. They're going to definitely deal out at least a little bit of damage here. Just finished that solar collector in time for it to go down. Jompke's going to get his units in there, but he has nothing at the front now. It's be an ideal time to just simply run in. No, with him pulling, he's dragging the entire army. He's producing units right now. He probably didn't need to drag the whole army to do that. But it's going to allow Popjack to get in and do a little bit of damage to the static D guarding the lake for red team that Jar Jar set up earlier. Bepis says he's getting bombed, which is true. He is currently getting bombed by Bedlam. And he does not have any... I'm telling you, you can't neglect the anti-air. You can't neglect it. You got to have it up early. Don't wait. You need either units or a turret that can handle this for you. Now, he does get a turret up, but it immediately goes down. He does have a second one up. Should take care of this sooner or later, but he has lost several solar collectors. He does fend off the bombers, so doesn't take too much damage there. At least he's got some anti-air now. Fists of Heaven and Jar Jar Binks going to be opposed by Sony Lopez and Super Funyun. Artillery shots being traded. The first crater is being carved into the battlefield. It's 2 armies standing apart from each other at the moment. Calm before the storm, sure. Back down south. Popjack now has his economy really pumping. He's got a lot of units down here. Jompke pulls all of his units in, but it was a big flank. A lot of his units took some serious damage. Popjack's gonna do... Yep, he's got plenty here. There's no static D except for this light turret. The commander's there. Popjack's just gonna jump right on the commander. You just start D-gunning at random now. Forget it. Just start killing him. He doesn't have the energy to keep up too many D-gun attacks, though. Jar Jar's pulled in a few of his pawns to back him up. But Jompke's almost entire forward base there completely destroyed. Popjack runs 2 medium tanks right by the front base, and he's just going straight for the production at the main base. At the middle, Jar Jar and Fists of Heaven completely pushed off the front. Bedlam pushed in with a huge rocket bot swarm, completely outnumbering Jar Jar and Fist of Heaven and outranging them. Now, 1 light turret and a few thugs They're trying to defend themselves against a single tank. Jar Jar says, shaking my head, too many noobs. I gotta agree here. This is kind of why you see rank restricted games. People that say like, you know, 15 plus on rank only for stuff like this. This is another reason why I didn't want to jump in without knowing what I was doing. There's basically nothing here to stop this. But Bedlam is pushing, or Lopez is pushing way out there. His army is pretty much isolated, so if they can muster a defense, there won't be much to stop it. That medium tank, which Popjack sent earlier, gets randomly sighted by some of Jar Jar's light units. Jar Jar's commander. Microing around the rockets. He's... Weave. He weaves almost every missile. That was crazy. Holy shit. Oh, another hit. There's no way he gets out of there alive, though. But he's keeping him alive for a long time. Down in the bottom, Popjack finally tired of this bullshit. Tired of this base. Jump keys got really nothing here. He's trying to de-gun them all. I don't know that there's enough to take on well, the bombers come in and hit him anyway. I don't think there's enough ground forces, but Bedlam is just like, well, I got this. We're gonna drop some bombs on him. See how he likes that. Not very much, as it turns out. Jomkey's not only lost his forward base, but he's lost his commander now as well. At the center, Super Funyun. And Lopez spent most of his rocket bots on that massive push. But it's allowed Super Funyun to build up a lot of static defense. Currently just mostly army over here. He is dropping artillery down here. At the north, nothing really going on. It's a standoff between Sherry and Lovely. They're not really trading any shots at the moment. Jomkey says, I am done 2v1. You're never done in this game. There's always a way to come back if you know how to scale your economy correctly. Jomkey is tilted, clearly, as calling out for anti-air, which he should have had. Considering his freaking teammate just got bombed maybe 8 minutes ago. And I'm about to turn off the freaking notification sound. Jar Jar. Just laughing at him at the moment. Those nice memes, I'm not sure exactly what he's referring to. 1250 meter turret in your base for nothing. What? Where? I don't know who he's talking to. That would be pointless, yes. There is nothing here to stop this. When does Jomkey bail? When does he just get tired of, when does he rage quit? I'm waiting. Waiting for the rage quit. Super Funyun with a massive force here. He's using his force to sort of just be an anchor line that the other team, his other teammates can... Artar's gonna come in with Fiends, actually, down in the south. Just start running Popjack's army over. In an 8v8, you know there's going to be at least one air guy. You know there's going to be one. So if you're going to be playing 8v8s, you better make sure at least one of you builds air. And Fading Hope of Victory is playing right now as the in-game track, and I'll tell you right now, that is an appropriate track. Red team really struggling. They've kind of stabilized at mid and top, but bottom is almost totally lost. There's no organized defense in the south. Nice third guy in my lane. Jomkey says third guy on his lane. What are you talking about, Jomkey? Let me tell you something, man. No one even took these two mexes. Jar Jar pointing out that about 30 ninjas and Jomkey completely ignored these mexes in the back. What a fun 8 versus Jar Jar, yeah. The north side definitely doing a lot better here. There's some mid-range players that seem to be reasonably competent defending the top. Lovely. I'm not sure what Lovely is doing. What's he doing right now? So he rushed to anti-nuke, which is why he probably doesn't have a lot of units. Yeah, it doesn't have too many units over here, so he's been rushing to anti-nuke. Now Sony and Super Funyun Massive army at mid. Completely. Units from one side to the other and another bombing run. Now, Jar Jar does have a lot of anti-air, so... There's nothing that could kill the bombers fast enough to stop the first one. But he does stop them. Only two of them get a second volley off, and they don't hit much. He doesn't lose a whole lot, and his advanced metal extractor still standing. I don't think that wasn't really a critical loss there. He does have a SAM site, several light anti-air. Should be able to hold even if another bombing run comes. Up at the north. Lovely. Coming in now. Jomkey decides he's going to chat more instead of actually rebuilding his economy. Why is Fist of Heaven on mid, he says. Why didn't you build anti-air, Jomkey? Explain to me that. I mean, that was the biggest problem, but he is kind of correct too. Fist of Heaven kind of ignoring the bottom area, but he had to go to the up north to stop the central push. And let me tell you, it's gonna take a lot. It's gonna take a lot to stop this freaking encroaching force up here. Up in the north. Lovely got pushed back, and here we go. Huge clash at the mid. Good volleys fire off. Big bombing runs here. Doing only a little damage, hitting a few tanks at a time. Mostly a tier 1 force though, so there isn't anything of significant damage here. There's nothing to anchor this army. They will be driven back. And I don't think they lost. I don't think the defenders lost a whole lot in that attack. We'll call that a fail. Definitely a failed attack there. Except Popjack ran another friggin'... What is that? 9 medium tanks running straight into... This is the end here. I don't think Jar Jar can stop this rush here. He's about to lose his entire economy. He has no ground defenses. He's going straight for this fusion reactor. It'll produce a small detonation. It'll do some area damage. There goes. I would call that the end here, probably. 30 Ninjas was going straight for tier 2 air and doing economy. So he doesn't have anything to back this up with. Fists of Heaven was way too far forward in the center as well. Kind of left mostly undefended. Jar Jar has already left the game. He immediately left. Do we stay and even watch at this point? I don't think it's worth it. This game was pretty much over from the first 5 minutes. Those first bombing runs crippling the south side. Jar Jar can't do everything himself. North side was pretty competent. Juke and Sherry did a reasonably good job, but unfortunately, especially since they were fighting against our rank 33 player, nothing for them here. We will go ahead and leave this game. There's nothing further here. This game is basically over. I'm not going to stay to watch the rest of it. Listen, guys. In an 8v8, you know there's going to be somebody, especially if you're backline. Especially if you're backline or maybe out towards a flank. Maybe mid, you're not necessarily gonna rush bombers that early because you have more players to deal with, but along the edges and definitely towards the back, you're at risk of bombing. So you need to invest in a little bit of anti-air, preferably forward a little bit of the base, because you want them to be doing damage to those aircraft as soon as possible to stop them from getting over your base. So that's definitely something I need to make sure I pay attention to when I'm playing 8v8s. Whenever I decide to stop. We got a rank 20 plus team game. Okay, now we're talking. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we're definitely casting this 8v8 rank 20 and above. Be right back. And I am back. However, looks like this might not start off. There are not enough players queuing up to play this here. Joy says to switch to Supreme Straight. He's probably right. Switch to Supreme Straight, people will join, then switch back. Looks like I don't know, it looks like they're trying to decide what map they're going to play on. In the meantime, fortunately the best way to not be a noob is to play, and unfortunately it means you will play as a noob. While true, they do provide good AI to practice against. And the thing is, even if you're playing, because I have played a couple of 8v8s with AI, and even the AI will focus at this. Like, somebody's going to go air, and you're going to get bombed eventually. Although they're not nearly as organized or anything like that. Map switches to Supreme Straight. Saying to lower the rating. Probably if you go down to 15 plus, it's probably okay. I would say. 20 plus, I mean, 20 plus draws a crowd. Look at this list of freaking spectators right now. Lots of people want to see this game happen. But not quite as many. It might just be a 6v6. They're actually readying up. It might just be a 6v6 right now. Can't wait to see the next match where a red will fail anti-air and lose. Yeah, dude. Here we go. Will I kill yet another red team? Let's find out. 7th player has joined team 1, so it looks like they're gonna try and go all the way. Streamer free-for-all, in my opinion, yes. Indeed it is, and let me tell you. I mean, who's not? You tell me, who's gonna look at a minimum rank 20 8v8 team game and not come in and cast this? Who among you would dare miss such a match? Actually, something I can also do is load up other games. Just have them going in the background, or even play against the AI, I guess, or something like that while we're waiting for this game to start. Because I think you can do that. I think you can start a lobby and then also start a game. And run the game at the same time. Struggling to get players here right now. Plenty of people want to see it. Not so many people want to take part in it, looks like. Even though there's quite a few. Quite a few high-ranking players in here. 7v7. We've almost got enough. Yes, in the last game, I will say, I mean, you just want to play the game, right? You don't necessarily want to have to be good, but I will say, if you want your team to not think you're a complete moron, oh, we've got it. Here it is. And it's going to be mostly Cortex versus all Armada. All of Team 1 is Armada, so it's almost a faction game right now. Got enough players, just waiting on Disnoff to actually ready up, I guess. Unable to start game, Disnoff is not ready. And they're gonna give him a ring. He's here. He's ready. Votes are called to start. A battle between veterans at the Strait. The seas will run black with oil as these two land masses A 20+ rank game at the Strait. Perhaps one of the most famous map designs generally in this type of RTS. Supreme Commander had a map with a style like this. 0K has a map with a style like this. This is one of the best combined arms maps possible. As you will get a mix of air, sea, and then of course, the devastating conflict condensed into this tiny little land bridge. Players now selecting their start locations. Boy says he's gonna air. On the blue team, we have at the front line Shifter and Quack. At the secondary line, Pyro and Blindfish. For the North Sea, Fed Up. For the South Sea, Saren. And the two support players, Choice and Disnoff. For the red team, front liners are going to be Tyron and Halos. Second line is Neptunio and David. For the North Sea, Marqueves, returning for this game. For the South Sea, befittingly, the Admiral. And their two support, Bing Bing Bang and Smiles. We are waiting. Waiting to start the game now. All commanders are placed. There's a little bit of chatter going on. Bing Bing Bang being asked by Smiles if he can buy tier 2 from him. Voice calls. Is everybody ready? Or start goes up. Will votes come in? We are prepared. The vote passed. The game begins. And we're going in. The blue team versus the red team. A rank 20+. 8v8 at the Strait. And excitingly, we see Shifter builds a metal extractor. My god. Quack, his north, builds a metal extractor. How does red team fare in this matter? My god, they built metal extractors. Sludge Sublime says, let us watch as this area is turned to ocean. There is unironically a game, Winter StarCraft casted, in which this strait, the land bridge here, was nuked so that it literally formed a new waterway ships could get across. You can actually do that in this game. Alright. So it looks like Bang is going to go for tier 2 early. Smiles is going to buy one off him. Smiles, being level 38, won't be near the front. Starting with a bot lab, so he's not going air right away either. Pyro asks Saren if he needs res bots. Choice says he does. Have the first units hit the field yet? Yes, they have. We've got a res bot by Halos. He's gonna go start collecting the trees. Trees give energy. Rocks give a little bit of metal and energy. We've got grunts out for Quack. So Quack's starting off with combat units. But Halos is gonna have a decent economic advantage, picking up those resources. We've got another Lazarus coming in for Tyron. He's going to also, presumably, start harvesting these rocks. He wants that metal early. Tyron gets one pawn out, and he's going to need it pretty quick because Quack is coming in. He could punish this Lazarus. We're going to see what happens here. He's going to fend him off. Iron's gonna come in. He's gonna force that grunt out of the picture here. Scout run by Shifter. He runs along the beach. He does get caught, but he's got 5 scouts over there. Tyron gonna call out, letting his teammate know that he sees them. A little bit of a scout battle here. Scouts can't stand up at all to the tier 1 combat units, but 2 scouts will get in. Alos already taking some early economic damage. Quack running forward. He's going to really try and force these Lazarus bots off this point. They does not want them taking any of this metal, so they'll get punished a little bit. They did take some though, so they'll benefit a little bit, but they did lose. Alos did lose his res bot at the front. We have in the North Sea a navy already fielded. We got light gunboats. They're going to block off the beach, so Marquise not going to have much beach access, but Marquise isn't worried about that because he's going straight across to the island. He's going to take those mexes up on there. Nobody's taking the bottom right island yet. Darren now fielding a navy, but so is the Admiral, as he should. The beginning jousts start at the middle. Halos and Tyron versus Shifter and Quack. Some static D and units going up for both sides as they immediately take these beach mechs and begin the battle. Halos kind of loses here. He D-guns out, but Shifter wisely gets out of the way. He's going to try and D-gun the commander. Shifter. Halos doesn't really have a lot of energy left. Definitely threatening, though. Halos takes some damage to his commander, but does completely interrupt Shifter's build-up there. We got naval battle in the South Sea. The Admiral isolating some of Shifter's gunboats, or Saren's gunboats, sorry. He's got some fast assault corvettes up. They'll make short work of gunboats. He defends his sea position, so it looks like we will have a significant sea battle in the south. Whereas in the north, Bedop has pretty much completely taken the North Sea. Back at mid, the rocket jousting begins. They play so fast, holy crap. A lot of it is understanding... a lot of it is just understanding how to use Q commands. It's hotkeys usage. I mean, when I was teaching people in StarCraft 2, which 2 of the people that I taught got up to platinum at least, before, you know, starting to look at more advanced builds when my training, because my training will get you to platinum, but I don't really go further than that because I'm not a freaking pro or anything. But the things that I teach are just the fundamentals. You need a build order and you need to know your hotkeys. And then you just need to execute that build order over and over again with your hotkeys. And what it does is it trains you in the fundamentals of using the hotkeys so that you don't have to think about it when you're using them. And there are not too many hotkeys you need to know for early game. In pretty much any game. It's very muscle memory oriented. You can learn it pretty quickly. And so a lot of times, and you can set repeat commands on all the production in this game, so you don't need to micromanage the production of units. They will just produce endlessly until you decide to tell them to stop or pause production. So it's not too bad. Learning an RTS, the scary part is going out there and you don't want to look like a jackass, so the scary part is actually getting in there and playing with people. And Shifter and Halos. Halos really doesn't have a lot of gear. Shifter's going to move forward with a bot force. He's also got some maces here. Light plasma bots. They're going to completely wipe this force out. He could dive on this commander. There's no defense here. Synthos, one of the spectators, calling out. Halos is in danger. The Admiral taking control, mostly, of the South Sea. Oh, looks like Saren, though. Saren's going to pull some of his gunboats to the north end of the South Sea in a flanking position. Shifter has run Halos completely off the mid. This is not good for them. This is not looking good at all. Now Halos' base is behind this cliff. He can push back a little bit. He can get pushed back a little bit without losing too much ground. In the north, Marquise. They're moving their units to the south here. These gunboats. We got hovercraft, blue team hovercraft, all up in the North Sea. Fedop decided to leave the beach. And that's going to give Marquise the space he needs to get off the shore with his own force. His own hovercrafts. Smiles detonates his commander. He's going to take that medal now. Halos. Looks like he's kind of regrouped here. He's got rocket bots, so he's got the ability to joust again. He's got some static defense as well. However, Halos sitting at 45 income. Well, 21, 13, never mind. He was given some metal. Pyrotech ran behind the land bridge's line with his hovercraft. He's gone into the South Sea now. But the Admiral's going to have to contend with a 2v1 here. The Admiral might catch these hovercraft. Halos is aware of them. He's keeping units on the shoreline. Saren trying to catch. Oh, they're going to run. He's run a whole bunch of boats straight into some corvettes. They're going to get smoked. That's a serious detriment to Saren. That was a lot of his force there. He'll go down pretty much uncontested. Up in the north, we've got a tank run by. We've got some fast attack hovercraft run straight into Fedop's base. His land structure is getting torn to pieces. He doesn't have anything at home right now. So that's a lot of economic damage being dealt to the rear line, but at the front, really struggling here is Tyrant and Halos. They've been completely pushed off the land bridge. It won't be too much longer before Quack and Shifter have bought themselves enough space to take these mexes here. And that early boost to their metal income is going to be seriously acceptable. Acceptable, I said. Seriously beneficial is what I meant to say. Miles asking for metal to get his nukes up faster. Pyrotech's hovercraft force. It's around in the North Sea, but not any openings yet. Marquise somehow got pushed back out of the sea. Fed up now. Back on Marquise shore. And now we've got some big time artillery strikes, a bunch of Wolverines coming in, and they're just going to start carpet bombing Halos' front line. Halos really having a tough time of it. He's going to move some of his own rocket bots in, do some damage. He'll kill a few. He needs to make sure he pulls his units back. There's way too much up there. He has to micro his units back. He can't fight up into that middle area there. Can't chase the artillery all the way in. He will get destroyed. The Admiral, once again, heading off Pyrotech's hovercraft. Now Saren moves his navy in. We now have a hovercraft and navy here. Bombers coming in now for choice. Oh, that's a sonar. It's a radar and sonar plane. They scouted for the bombers. The bombers are coming in. These are going to be big hits. There's not enough anti-air here to stop this. He's going straight for the factory. Oh, almost lost his tier 2 factory there. They're going to need to deal with this immediately. They need air. Choice has planted his scout craft in the middle of Bang's base. And a big bombing run on Smiles now went straight past it. Did not decide to finish the job. Neptunio's tier 2 factory will stand. However, Smile says, well, GG. Nobody there to defend him. There's no tier 1 aircraft here. Once again, air, and guess what? Once again, red team. He does get him off, though. However, Miles took a serious hit to his economy. He's trying to build early nuke right now. There are now some fighters in the sky. However, Pyrotech gets by. He gets by with his hovercraft. They're landed. He's going to go straight for Neptunio. He breaks off some of them. They're going to attack in, do some economic damage to Neptunio. However, Pyrotech's units just going to walk straight up the ramp. First the air attack, now the ground. There's nothing to stop this. Halos reacting. He doesn't know what to do. He doesn't want to send his army in to help. But he is the eco player. And unfortunately, well, he takes out the nukes. But the nuke explosion took out all of his own forces. And he left. Smiles. Rage quits out. Almost For no reason, real. He didn't lose everything. He did lose his nukes, but he still has an economy functioning. Nobody's taken those units yet. Many skirmishes going on at the same time so quickly. This is what I love about an 8v8. Two people could be watching the same game and get totally different casts because of how much shit goes on. Now, Bang is going to take over. Now he already has an air factory, and he can produce bots as well. But now he's taking Smile's eco, so he just got a massive eco boost. So he's going to be able to, if he can harness it, he's going to send some of his bots to the front. He needs a fighter wall, I would say. He's building okay, GG's all around. And what I thought was going to be an amazing battle turns into a 13-minute loss. What a bizarre game. Very bizarre. Oh, man. Very strange there. I think there was no reason for Smiles to drop out of that game. You can give 1 second. Internet dropped out a bit, but we are back. Should only be a slight interruption. What was that carpet bomb? If all of the enemy team leaves, the remaining structures and all units detonate. Well, maybe I should stop running the stream over here. I forgot to turn on, I forgot to pause the previews going on the stream, so it was eating into my bandwidth. That was a damn shame. A damn shame. I was really hoping that'd be a better game than it was. A custom battle 4v4. Comet Catcher. And of course, as soon as I arrive, the team that was here just leaves. We'll sit and wait for this game, but let's scout for another one. They restart the 20 plus they restart the 20 rank 20 game lobby here. Idlefum, your commentary is pretty good. Thank you very much. I have not been doing it very long, but I did run podcasts for a while, and I got used to talking on camera. And I was doing some trial, like off air. I was just whispering to myself, basically doing some practice and seeing if I was having a fun time. So I decided to stream it, and I've had a damn fun time doing this. Now, the best game I've seen to date that I casted was this map, and they are calling for the beginning. David has not readied up, however. It looks like they're trying to force start the game anyway. There he goes. He readies up. All right, well, we'll see. We will see how this works. DSD is the thing of legends? Yes, it is. The last game I saw was almost a 90-minute game. And you can find it. It should still be on the VOD, and it's on my YouTube channel as well as just the live stream. I don't really have a workflow for taking my live streams and breaking them into smaller videos yet, because still trying shit out. All right. Silhouetted in the sky, you can see the commanders prepping. Their bases will soon be built, and this blasted canyon. There will be new walls carved into it. New seas blown into it with nuclear exchanges. We are here on Delta Siege with a 20 rank plus 8v8. Once all the players connect, we will go ahead and introduce our combatants. On BA days, when spring BA was on its last legs, we pretty much played non-stop BA for years. Ah, okay. On blue team, they have set up the northern half of this map. A complex series of cliffs and ramps leading to and from each one. And in the bottom, the entire bottom half of their map completely open. No cover whatsoever, nothing to break radar. For the blue team, starting at the front of the cliffs, it's Bang and Greedomorph. Their backup, Smiles and Choice. In the bottom half of the map, their front, 2 players for blue team is Quack and Tyron. And their backup is Neptunio and the Admiral. For red team, Cliffside on the front, Disnoff and Fet von Speck. Their backup is Pyrotech and Markeeves. And on the bottom half, the front for red team is Saren and Lexon. And their backup is David and Blind Fish. Got some messages being exchanged. The pre-match organization being set up. Blind Fish says good luck. Looks like they're still organizing, however. Bets on who wins the hill? Well, I'm thinking that red team doesn't win the hill because so far every game I've casted, blue team wins, so. Oh, nonstop DSD, yes. Okay. I was wondering what you meant, but I didn't want to ask right away because I had to introduce the players. But yes, I love how this map is laid out. You get a completely different experience everywhere. You know, there's so many different ways to... So many different types of gameplay you get depending on where you decide to start. And I just love how it's laid out. Without any hovercraft cheese. Without any... I mean, there will be early air, but without any, you know, run-bys of hovercrafts or naval combat to worry about, it's just going to be a straight-up brawl. But we'll see. Didn't put Marquise anywhere near those cliffs. He let it go hard last time. Yes, red team, on my last casted game of this, the western side did struggle to hold their cliffs. But the attacks weren't that good. Attacking straight up that ramp is difficult, especially once you get some deflectors up here. When you get some bubble shields at the top of this cliff, and you can plant some tier 2 artillery up there, pushing this ramp becomes very difficult with a ground army. Bet von Speck built a transport and flies straight to the middle. And Pyrotech. So that was that Pyrotech's? I guess that was Pyrotech's aircraft. So he must have built a transport and given it to Von Speck. So Fett is gonna build his main base up here. We've got the scouts coming out. Saren in the bottom half, running his scouts forward. They will get spotted by Neptunio and Tyron. Time to defend against the scout run by. It's a bunch of rascals, some light vehicle scouts. Or Saren. I don't know that they're gonna run into units. He's gonna try and get a scout out of there, it looks like. He could target this mech. It's exposed. He's gonna run in there. We might see an early mech go down. But Neptunio runs his scouts in. I don't think he'll kill it in time. Scouts don't get anywhere this time. First air on the field. We do have a fighter overhead, so they're gonna spot this. That anti-air is gonna take it out. Fet von Speck gets scouted at the middle cliff. Pyrotech moves his commander up and is building where von Speck's base was. Disnov. And the North moving his commander down the cliff. Got a decent economy going now. Starting to build pawns. Some res bots and a constructor moving down. He's going to take this mech down at the bottom of the cliff. Probably set up some static D at the ramp. In the bottom, Saren and Quack. Their commanders are almost in range of each other. Quack turns around, loses this chicken match. He's going to build a turret. Right across from here, Saren's going to walk forward to see what's up here. And he's just going to kill it. Quack's going to run back. And he'll build the turret slightly further back this time. But he has no units up here, and Quack's already got a few light tanks. If he's not careful, he might get his commander jumped on. Now at the bottom, Lexan and Tyrann currently squared up. Battle lines are being drawn roughly middle, but the North is pressing pretty aggressively on the cliff side. Disnov and Spec have central control here over the cliffs. Down on the bottom, Saren and Quack still standing off from each other. The Admiral's just gonna run straight up the middle. He's got a squad of pawns running clear up the middle here. He might just run straight into these units, though. I don't know that they'll get anywhere now. No. Caught out. Gutsy move. But no dice here. And finally moving down his ramp. He's about to realize they've already pretty much got control of the center here. He does know about this middle base, but he doesn't know how much of Disnov's stuff is down there. Quack and Saren exchanging fire, I mean. They're going to start a heavy laser right at the front. Saren's energy income, not that great. Only 155. I don't know how long he can run that turret for. Starts firing. Tyrann. Rocket jousting happening. Well, not really any jousting. Tyrann doesn't have any rockets, so he's just getting outranged here. And Tyrann's just going to spend money repairing a turret that's going to go down anyway. Lexan's rocket bots are going to move forward. The Admiral detonates his commander. He's going to go over there and take that medal. At the top. Here we go. Looks like we've got some bombers coming in. They're going to go straight for Disnov. Solid damage. Nothing critical lost, but that was a big hit to his energy. And he's just going to fly right on by. Drop more bombs on Pyrotech. And fly right on by and drop bombs on Markeev. Not sticking around too long to eat anti-air fire from any one of the commanders he strikes. He's going to come around for a second pass. Great pass from that on this bombing run here. There's nothing to stop this. Keeves gets up an anti-air turret. Miles runs down towards red team's front. Starts bombing one of the front bases. That's Saren's base there that's taking a hit now. Greedo goes down at the center, trying to push up the ramp into Von Spec's territory. I don't know that he knew anything was up there. His commander goes down. Spec's just going to jump on it immediately. Start taking the metal from that. He's claimed almost all of it already, so a big metal increase. He'll take a little bit of damage, but he's going to finish that reclaim. In the bottom of the map here, Lexan leapfrogging defenses forward, using thugs to outrange. Tyrann needs to be producing units right now. He should not even be focusing on static D. He needs to be able to fall back and push forward, kind of flow with the army that's attacking him. Meanwhile, up at the north, Greedo has decided he wants revenge and will push up the ramp anyway, knowing full well that Spec's up here. This is Spec's main base. He cannot go down. He has to hold this. Spec dropping big D-gun shots. It's going to take out one of the invading forces. There's still rocket bots out here, but they're getting jumped on by some of Disnov's pawns. Down at the bottom, Quack and Saren. Setting up some teeth, some fortifications to hinder movement. Just trading artillery right now. Lexan continues unabated. He's just going to go all the way to the base. Tyrann has no answer to this, and he has not enough firepower from his teammates to help out. There's reinforcements for Lexan coming down. Oh, we finally see a red victory on this channel. Saren and Quack Pretty even fight there. But at north, Beck holds. So he's gonna get up some a heavy laser tower on that cliff. Lexon completely ran that player over. Tyrann. No income almost at all right now. He's pretty much dead. The only thing he's got now is this metal extractor, but he doesn't even have units to build with. So now, it's up to the Admiral to try and oppose Lexon. The lowest ranked player on blue trying to fight the highest ranked player on red right now. Lexon runs out. He's finally run out of steam, but he's leapfrogged defenses and mexes all the way there. Now, like Blindfish, supporting Saren. Getting a bit of a flanky flank on these quacks. Quacks units here. Smiles. Detonates his commander. Don't know if that's advisable right now. Maybe he just really wants that metal as soon as possible. Might be better to get the resource boost to try and fight this. Right now, Blindfish and Quack duking it out. Quack's run out of units almost. He's only got some artillery over here. Saren's going to take the opportunity. He's going to run his commander forward as well. He's got some missile trucks with him, so he's got a lot of range. However, yeah, there's nothing here. Quack's in range of these rockets. He needs to start doing some dancing. He's just accepting he's going to take damage and running his commander straight back away from him. In the meantime, Lexon has built up a small squad. Only 5 mesas here and a squad of 6. Enough to... It's a token force, but it will discourage Lexon from now. David gave Lexon a unit. I assume that was tier 2. But we'll have a tier 2 constructor. There he goes. He's building some tier 2, getting that economy rolling. Up in the north, what's happening on the cliff? Spec has built a small army and is moving down the ramp. Trying to square off against Greedo. He's currently reclaiming the Tech 1 bot lab he built at the front. Bang. Holding steady. Not much static D here. It's going to be all units, and it looks like they're all pawns. Snuff has maces, the combination of ranged and light units. You could attack that position if you wanted to. Red pretty much taking the bottom half for the most part. Gonna need to be a 3-way push. Neptunio's gonna have to get off of, gonna have to drop eco, get into production, and just start pumping out units. His teammates are desperate for help right now. He does have some medium rocket launchers. Up by Quack's forces. Greedo calling out for help here, I guess. Here comes Spec's army. As I said earlier, enough damage here to just attack into this. Spec has to retreat up the hill. It's going to be a, they're going to need to just hold the ramp now. It's definitely doable, even if you're on the back foot. Now, at the bottom, things have quieted down slightly. Neptunio and Quack, not Quake. Holding here at the mid, he starts launching artillery, and Saren sees that as the opportunity. He runs some tanks in to try and harass the artillery. Quack pulls his medium tanks forward. Discourages that attack. Spec's commander very far forward. Heavy risk. Greedo knows the commander's there, so he's calling out. But there's nobody that can capitalize on that right now. Bang. There's no way Bang just runs into this, is he? If he gets the surround, he could take that. Is he gonna dive the commander? Nope, not quite fast enough. If with aggression, he might have been able to just jump on that, but runs back up to the safety of the hill. Back in Neptunio down here. Putting out a lot of fire against Blindfish and Tyrann. 2v2. Lexon camping at the bottom of the hill with his commander. He's building a perimeter camera. He now has vision at the top of the hill, so he knows what's up there. But he is concealed from radar, so nobody's gonna quite... well, he does now. He should see him now from there, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So he's got that. Lexan probably thinks better of building anything up there right now with hounds up there. But the camera does still give him vision. At the center, David has joined the red team's front, and he's got some units in the back. Some fast assault tanks coming in. They gotta pull the army back. Quack's gonna lose his production. He doesn't do so. Artillery, more of a hindrance than anything. You don't want to pull your artillery back because they will just bombard indiscriminately into your base and do a bunch of friendly fire damage. You really want to leave the artillery forward so at least there's something discouraging the enemy. Lionfish and Saren are going to gain a little bit of ground there, but Neptunio returns to the front. Things on the cliffs, pretty much quiet. They are contained at the moment to the top of the cliff, is Bang. However, Greedo doesn't have hardly any units to speak of. Lexan's commander really isolated right now, and the Admiral could jump on this. Does he even see it? They're trying to point it out to him. He sees it. There's no way he doesn't. He's right there. His screen's right there. He's gonna jump on Lexan's commander. No way. He's not. He's gonna outrange him. Not gonna run in because he doesn't want to get degunned. Lexan! With the clutch air rescue. Pulls him up to the top of the cliff, drops him off. This is a bad scenario for Lexan. He's just gonna run in. He might be going for a detonation. He could build some static D up here to just be a problem. But his commander has changed jobs to commando, just running straight in, and he's just gonna start degunning his base. Offensive commander use here. He could also detonate, but it's a little early to make that call. He's got plenty of energy. He can just run around and degun everything. Gonna be over for the Admiral, I'm afraid. He'll lose all of his production and resource income from this. He still has some army. Did he save any construction units? I don't think so. So it's about done for him. Down on the bottom, a huge explosion. David's commander taken out at midfield, takes out a whole bunch of Quack's army with it. Saren's just gonna run him over now. Out in the south, Lexan has cloaked his commander. D-guns, huge D-gun there. Kills a whole bunch of Admiral's maces. Perfectly executed, recloaks, fires a few more. The self-destruct goes in. Commander's only got 1250 metal to pull from, but it's not like the Admiral has anything to build with anymore. And it's not even done, because Lexan shows up with some fiends. Just starts toasting the economy now. There's nothing to stop him. These fiends are going to do massive damage to Choice's economy. There's a single gunship for Smiles coming in to try and stop this. It's about as out of hand as it can get, however. Choice comes in, D-guns one. A lot of energy production lost there, and the entire front has collapsed. They're going to be fighting right at their front door. Up in the north, Bang! They should have been more, I think they should have been more aggressive up here in the north and tried to contribute more to the south's battlefield. They were really just sitting back and playing the defensive game. I wouldn't say they were completely contained. There's definitely going to be a GG for blue team here. I mean, Smiles pulls in his Air Force, limited though that it is. There isn't really much of an attack force left for the red team, so it's going to be up to blue to try and dish out some damage. He does have an atomic bomber. I'm not sure what exactly he's going to drop it on, but there's a bunch of anti-air coming in, so I guess if he's going to drop that bomb, he would have to have done it already. His Air Force completely wiped out by Pyrotech's anti-air. His fighters coming in, wrecking everything. Well, another fiend run by in the bottom. Once again, nothing to stop this. Choice is just going to eat a bunch of damage. Back up north. Oh, now they get aggressive. Big, that huge play, the offensive commander play there. Wiping out the entire base. Very well done. Deck, I mean, I guess it's not over technically, but it's like a 5v3 right, or a 5v8 right now. Bang's gonna run units up the hill, however, It's worth noting that it is hard for ballistic units to fight uphill because they have to deal with the arc of their own shots. Spec runs his commander down, completely exposed. He's definitely going to take enough damage to die there. Spec's commander goes down. Dang Greedo. Just going to push up the ramp. I don't know if this might be too little too late, though. Are those bombers or gunships? Those are bombers. It's over. They call GG. Ah, man. That commander run, what a play. Amazing play there. Flexen filling every single award right now, and for good reason. Absolutely play of the game right there. Definitely one of the best commander plays I've ever seen. Very well done. Whew. Do I? I do. Let's play. It's my turn. First PvP game. Obviously, I'm going to play front. Jar Jar could have pulled that off. They needed Jar Jar on blue team. Actually, that would have been badass. I just think I think that's something you got to pay attention to. See, Smile's set up on the opposite corner going to play Eco. I think if you know what your rank is and you kind of know what your opponent's ranks are, you should probably line yourself up with the player you can actually oppose. I think that was definitely a case of I think that was a case of just this mismatched battle line. Lexan was not really paired up against anybody that could reliably fight him. All right, so we're gonna go straight to the front. We're gonna choose the simplest battlefield possible. So we're gonna go front line, right up there. Just play a regular ass game, same as I would do against the AI. We'll see how it goes. Maybe I die, maybe I don't. Now first thing I'm gonna do obviously is probably get some rocket pots out, honestly. Because I'm gonna need to be ready. I'm gonna need to be ready to joust, and I normally go pawns first, but I think rockets are gonna be preferred. I love how it auto-modded front bottom. I fucking hate Twitch's auto-mod. It's so stupid. I need to turn that off. Front bottom is the most metal-rich spot in the game. Then I should leave that for somebody who can use it better. I have a hard time using regular amounts of resources correctly. You'll die if you end up on red. Yeah. If I end up on red, it'll be over with. Whew. All right. Gotta abolish the jitters. I don't know any eco builds, which is why I'm gonna play front, but also I feel like new players probably shouldn't play eco anyway. It's a little more complicated and your team is a lot more reliant on you. Whereas the front can kind of be smack in the middle. I'm going straight for it. Right in the middle. It's really hard to micro and eco at the same time. Yes, it is. That was yeah, last time I played, that was how it went. Better to start forward and send cons backward, usually. Tantric for some reason. Okay, I guess I'll start over here then. Oh, wait, but I already hit ready. Oh, shit. How do I unready? Wow. Well, I've already failed. I don't know what I'm fucking doing. The Tantric... Oh, Tantric is lagging. No unready. Yeah. Well, that sucks. So, I was kind of like, yeah, I'll go straight for the front. I guess it would have made more sense to go up to the top there, but we'll see. Those are not the places, but it's fine, I guess. Hell yeah, we're good to go. I'm good. It's fine. I'll run it off too. I can make it happen. And they're gonna call a stop. Good. I can choose a location that actually has three positions at it. All right. I got my stupidity was not rewarded. I would have liked to have played that just for fun. And then literally have to be forced to run forward and just fight out into the middle. Way harder to defend. That's fine. Doesn't matter anyway. It's a video game, guys. It's okay. It says new players right there at the top. We were playing a lost my train of thought completely. Middle section is really punishing if you have to climb the hill. Well, I was just in like go mode. I saw that those two metal positions, and I was just like, yeah, that one. I didn't really think. Like, maybe I should look and see where the actual three metal positions are at. But whatever, you know, you just go in. Players are being bounced around all over the place right now. Deck off is not readied yet. And now somebody left team 2. An interesting choice between vehicle and bots. I normally play bots. I think in that situation, I would have to play bots if I was in dead center like that, since they're cheaper. And I'm probably gonna, I don't know. I'm used to working vehicles in as an auxiliary unit later in the game rather than at the beginning. Protagonist joins the game. Oh, maybe I should not rely on that. I'm gonna need to do... Okay. Alright. I'm ready. I got Death Core behind me. I don't know what this guy is drawing, but... Noobvam, Noob, and Tantric have placed their commanders in very bizarre positions. You really gonna do that? Maybe one commander down there if you really wanted to be ballsy. I don't think that's a good idea for two people to be down there. Kind of a clusterfuck already. There's actually more start positions than there are interest. It's actually kind of interesting. Yeah, like, I'm ready to go. Let's go. If we're gonna lose, we're gonna lose. I don't care. I just want to play, you know what I mean? Who cares? Let's rock. Oh, other team has one unplaced. Damn it. Damn it, Bobby. Oh no, you ready again? Yeah, but like, I chose the spot. I'm ready to go. I am ready. Here we go. Let's do it. Do it, boy. If like I need game experience. Like I'm not trying to. I'm trying to just build units and send them out. Okay, get these two mixes up. And I'm gonna start with 2 solar. I'm probably just not even gonna bother with wind at all. And I think additionally I just need to focus on what I'm doing specifically. I'm not gonna pay too much attention to what is being done elsewhere. We looking all right? Units would probably be a good idea. Just build 5 ticks. Oops. then we'll start just non-stop pawns. Oh, what are you doing? Back over there. I'm gonna go over there and see what I find. Whoops, bad. I'm gonna build more static down here. Get a construction turret going. Interrupt that.
Low power.
I wasn't paying attention to that.
An allied commander self-destructed.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, now I need, shit, wrong fucking buttons. Get some of that. This needs to be building bots, please. Thank you. Where's my... What in the hell? What? I don't even know how that happened. That's so stupid. Get some more static D built. And then that guy, my other two workers can work on eco. What's going on up there? Looks like my teammate has pushed him off, kinda. Oh my god, the commander. He's completely exposed, but I'm not gonna do enough damage because he had enough static D. So totally pointless. And I forgot to queue up more of these. Another worker built. I'm gonna pull this fella off the line a bit. Okay, I need some scaling economy now. Please and thanks. I'm gonna get 2 of these guys working on that. And I want some of these built after that. I feel like I don't have enough units. I have an idle worker somewhere. Okay, yeah, I thought so. He's up at the front. I need some anti-air.
You're overflowing metal.
So I am. Risky maneuver here, but we'll see. Now he's gonna get the D-gun off. I'm actually not using my... I scaled my economy too well. I'm not using either of my stuff fast enough. I'm just gonna have all three of them build it so that it's as fast as possible. Do some revives. And then after these guys are done with that, I'm gonna do... Oops, more... I'm gonna hit the wrong button. And then... I'm gonna do these. Build more of those. And then I need anti-air as well. We're just gonna build a whole bunch of anti-air up there. And I need anti-air up here. Oh shit, I didn't even notice, I wasn't paying attention. Damn it. That's how easy it is. I need... And, I mean, we're doing well on unit production now. I think I can work in some maces. Oh, let's just finish this up. Thank you. Hit the geo top right of the base. Oh, yeah, you're right, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, but that one might be untaken.
Low power.
Is that his commander? Yes, it is. Oh yeah, there's a kill. Please get that artillery up as soon as possible, thank you.
T2 unit detected.
Two commanders? Oh shit, you're right, it was a double kill. Hell yeah. That was a good dive. Jumped right on his ass. On that boy. Alright. What's the problem right now? Why are we stopped here? Oh, I'm fucking out of metal right now. Shit. Okay, economy. I want some more res bots at the front as well. Let's put some of those into the queue. Ah! I'm just gonna run some in and see what we got here. Walls and turrets. Oh shit, they're still in range of the artillery. I don't have nearly the army because I wasn't producing units for a while since I stalled out completely. Somebody is sharing energy. No, that's not what I meant to do. Did I tell them to attack ground on accident?
Aircraft spotted.
Here they come. Here comes the aircraft. Let's get some heavier anti-air just in case. And is he about to... If he's about to, like, run this force in, I'll definitely attack with that. Or he's gonna just run them off behind my line, I guess, for now. That's fine. Let's get another one of these built. I like these artillery pieces. I think I need more of these, actually. Let's build 2 more. Maybe I should just patrol them for a while. Alright, I'm about tired of this, artillery. What are we looking at? Damn. I got splashed out of existence. Oh, now you want to do something. And there are gunships in the sky now. So they're gonna run to their deaths. I need to be building. Oh fuck, I wasn't paying attention and I'm out of metal again. I don't wanna.
You've received new units.
Where? I don't know where it's at. Here it is. I see it. Yep, I'm gonna need something heavier. I need some heavier shit. In fact, since we're doing that, let's stop doing this. And let's prepare for tier 2 by building like 6 of these, because I'm gonna build that factory over here. Resbots, I'm gonna send them back here. Let's get some more resbots up at the front. Let me pause unit production completely. And then we'll stop at 4 so I can have more metal. Ah, there we go. Going on at the south, so we're more or less holding. That's good. I'm gonna need some time to get my metal built up. Nice, my construction turrets are working out there. There we go. Yes, yes. Metal. Metal good. Get that up as soon as possible, and then I will get tier 2 bot factory.
T3 unit detected.
That's bad, because all I've got is...
detected.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh god. Oh god. Oh god. You know where? At the mid, okay. Well, I better tech the fuck up then.
Low power.
Low power. I did not tech up my power. I should reclaim these. Okay. Oh, he's pumping out He's pumping out tier 2 units over there. Economy. Need fusion reactors next. Whoops. Start cranking out hounds. Something is punishing me from over here. whatever it is that was taken out by my artillery. Here he comes. He approaches. I'm gonna have to push in because those are all rockets. Ooh. There you go. Okay, he's got it. This. Uh-oh. Run! Run, Commander! The end is nigh. Not... Go, get out of there. Oh, is he boxed in? No, I hope he's not trapped. My poor defenses. Ah, shit. Okay, good thing I got these res bots that can repair my commander. Okay, I'm gonna pause production on that and just only produce these,
Long-range plasma cannon detected.
I'm getting to the point in the game where my skill is gonna prevent me from doing a whole lot. I need that up badly. Okay, I'm gonna reclaim these. No, I need you to reclaim these right now. I still have a constructor up here. Yes, I do. Perfect. Okay. Get them repairing. Oh, wait. Res them. Res them now. Yes. Them up front. Get those. Let's move the units up a little bit. Okay, I've got that. How much am I producing? I'm still using a shitload. However, I am being gifted enough here. Okay, that got everything back on track. I'm now producing a bunch of units again. That's good. What I needed. Killed all my red spots. Just gonna have him send 10 to the front line. Best I can do is hold right now and just let the better players do their thing. It's tantric spots. I'm gonna keep my units front here. Okay, economy advanced. I wish that was a little bit easier to see. I'm gonna close off most of my turrets. Slow down my unit production, but it has kind of brought me more up to a point where I can produce this quickly. Quicklier, I mean. I mean, let's just move the units up. Uh-oh. What do we got going down here? Game says help. Where? Where is he? Uh-oh. That's bad. Deathcore is gonna be on you. Got that, thank you. Oops. Okay, I can turn a few more of these on, I think. Looks like he's okay. I, however... Those are gunships, and I don't have any mobile anti-air, so I'm gonna pull back. We could finish that as soon as possible. Wait, is there any mexes up here? There's 3 mexes right up here. We could do something with that. Which one do I build? That one. Start leapfrogging air up there. Ah! Victory! I didn't die. And you know what? For my first game, that's about all I can ask for. Units killed, units produced. I actually didn't do too bad for units produced. I was producing pretty well. Metal produced. However, yeah, my resources were really lacking, so I really need to get better at understanding what I need to build for my economy to help. Because there's so many times where I ran out. Where I just ran out of resources. You know what we can do, though? We can cast the game I just played. Let's find out what was happening elsewhere, and then I can also look at what I can do to improve in my next game. But first, I need to go to the bathroom and grab a drink. So I will be back, and then we're going to cast this replay of the game and see what happened. Did I make any mistakes? I mean, I did pretty well. I did some things well. In the early to mid game, I do a lot better, I think, because I don't know how to exponentially scale my economy yet or what the timing is for that. But in the early game, I think I did pretty well. Keeping my units relatively alive, jumping on commanders, which got me a commander double kill, which was sick. But I want to see what else was going on. And maybe there were opportunities to help that I missed because I was too focused on my own stuff. But I'll be right back. I'll see you in a moment. We're back. Welcome back to the stream, fellas, and thank you for watching so far. Got a lot of interaction today, had as many as 4 viewers, which is pretty good. Since this is only my second damn day doing it, I'm happy with it. Tapered off now, but hey. I'm happy with the success as is. Right now, we're gonna get in on this replay. I just played a game. I want to know what I did wrong. I want to know what light blue is doing, because I didn't feel very pressured most of the game. The most pressure I felt was from his artillery, but he didn't throw a lot of units my way. So I wonder what he was doing the whole time. And we're gonna look for. We're just gonna cast the game normally, of course, and I can't wait because I'm definitely gonna zoom in and get that double kill on camera again. Gotta get a replay of that shit. Good. My first game online in PvP went well. I did okay, just economic scaling is the problem, so we're gonna work on that for sure. Let's start this replay. Make that 5 viewers. Epic Pariah. Hello. And welcome to the stream. I just played my first live 8v8 game, and we're gonna cast it. Because I'm in the mood to cast, and it'll give me a chance to see what I did wrong and also what everybody else did right or wrong. We begin at Coombe Valley. At Coomer Valley. Right. Waiting for the, I think we're waiting for everybody to connect. Here we go. God, this is so much fun. I have a really fun time casting these games for sure. I like playing. Playing is fun, but I can't see everything when I'm playing. They're two different kinds of fun. One is way more mentally stimulating, and it's hard for me to do commentary and focus on my base at the same time, so I don't want the stream to get a little boring, you know, where I'm only doing... I don't want to only play, but I don't want to not play at all either, because I gotta play to get good. It'll make my casting better. We had some issues at the beginning because they were trying to get people to move to locations where they'd actually be useful. Lots of people drawing all over the map, which we now know wasn't all that necessary. Death Core. Nobody. Oh, there was nobody in the bottom. Okay, so there was nobody in the bottom lane. Gil Rickards marking out. So there are. So both teams did that. Interesting. Why? Like, you need somebody. Well, hang on. I guess it makes sense to have somebody down here, but then it would be better to just start further back, right? And just get these 3 middles and push that way. Why are both teams doing this? Interesting decisions. Like, I would rather have, on either side, I would rather have Noob over here, Tantric over here, and have them both get the 3 middles real early and push into the mid from there, and then that's how they control the middle lane. I didn't think it would be, maybe, is it a meta decision to do this? Or do they send, do they push forwards to try and take center and then send constructors backwards into these areas? So like, Dus would move out this way, while his main base moves constructors into this area. Would be what that may have been what they were trying to do. He says now we're good. The game should start shortly. There's a lot of chatter trying to get... I imagine I may not have been the only person here. Oh, they have nobody on their ramp. Nobody on the upper ramp. Nocturne started far back in the corner. So Nocturne's probably going to have to... Nocturne's going to need to push up. The game begins. It's red versus blue. Here. At Coomer World. And I'm going to keep calling it that. What's their build order going to be? So at the middle here, this is important because if I ever want to play down here again, it's going to be important that I can do this. So it's going to be mechs into 2 solar, straight to a factory. It's got to be constructor. Maybe even 2 constructors immediately. On the other side, Nocturne, getting the early build, starting with a bot lab. Going to want to push up to the forward position as soon as possible. Bro Beanie on the blue team. I didn't introduce any of the players, my bad. On blue team, we've got, at the forward positions, Bro Beanie, Gil Rickards, Dus, Undecillion, and G Money G. And in the back line, Nocturne, Sharp, and Sky. For the red team, at the front, Tony Lopez, Betagonist, Tantric Shits. Yes, indeed. Noob Van Noob, Deathcore Krieg 40k, Osminum, and in the rear line, Red Surprise and Mall World. Deathcore Krieg 40k, what a name. I don't know, I'm kind of split here. I'm really split between Noob Van Noob and Tantric Shits as the best name here. First scouts go out by Undecillion. Green, moving his scouts up front. No scouts in the north yet. Dus is going to come up with a scout of his own, though. Even though he's in the southern area of the central battlefield, he's going to send a scout his north. Undecillion, not really managing his scouts right now. Might be visible to these. Yep, Noob Van Noob's going to move in. Those scouts just unattended. All 3 of them are going to go down. Not really achieving anything there. Betagonist. A turret already up in the base. Ready to defend already. Dus, moving his scout in that direction, is going to redirect towards Tantric Shits. Sharp says, Sky, you have 9 mexes under you. I'm not sure Sky, being a rank 21, necessarily needs that. Over here, we've got Dus. Ran some scouts in. He's going to kill the constructors. Betagonist tries to support with a few ticks, but ticks get taken down pretty easily. Betagonist with 3 ticks out. Robini goes forward on his side. Mexes only, no defenses. He's going to build a forward turret at the second expansion mechs. Down here, we've got Noob Van Noob and Dus. Exchanging turrets. Right now, no real unit presence for either of them, so they're just going to glare at each other for now. Noob Van Noob moved his troops south, right into Undecillion. Exposed commander, but he does have backup and he deguns part of the army. It goes down. Somebody's drawing all over the map. Seem to be some problems with resource expansions here. What's going on? Betagonist, right now at the top, has 3 ticks sitting up there. Not doing anything with them yet, but there's nothing to threaten them either. Dus currently spreading an army out, gonna go towards the north side of the middle, straight towards Tantric Shits. Gonna jump on this missile truck. Gonna have more missile trucks coming in though. Betagonist moves his scouts in. Decides not to go up the ramp. Good decision there. There's an army already up there waiting to respond. He's gonna go south instead, straight towards Gil Rickards. Betagonist not reacting very quick. He moves in. There he goes. He's gonna take out a mechs. Rickards has units moving in though. I don't know that any other damage is gonna be done with that. Down far south, the Osminum, and G Money G stand off with tier 1 units. Oh, little bot he's doing push-ups in a bot for some reason. I love it. Standing off with their units down there. Undecillion just to their north on this side of the cliff. Pretty commanding defending position here. Rocket bot exchanges. We're having some volley fire happen between Dus and Noob Van Noob. Tantric Shits facing off at Gil Rickards. Now we have a commander detonating. Looks like Nocturne. No, Bro Beanie. Bro Beanie's gonna detonate the commander. Or no, that's... Oh, Sharp. Sorry, the colors are a little bit similar. Betagonist sends a couple of pawns forward, gets deflected by a turret. Right now, battle line's pretty clearly drawn center. There's a little bit stronger control for red team, but can't get comfortable here. There certainly isn't enough of a dominating presence to call this anywhere winning. Tantric shits. Not a lot of, I'm just gonna call him Tantric, or I'm gonna make myself laugh. Tantric is, alone with his commander up here. He's surrounded now. Gil Rickards. He's gonna have to degun the army. He does. There's just not enough units to jump on it quite yet. Antagonist up north. Pushing his pawns in. He's just gonna jump on this. The rest of the turrets aren't done. So he's gonna take out the mechs and the army and the turrets that we're building. Good move there. Waited maybe 30 more seconds and there would have been some serious turret power there. Antagonist retreats for now. Gonna hold line at the center. Undecillion and Noob Van Noob holding the line against each other. Their edges of their defenses on the far side, each of their far sides, are trading shots with each other. Deathcore is currently opposing Undecillion. He's kind of moving his army up a little bit at a time. Small World trying to tell Osminum to take the medal. Osminum's going to let him know he can take it. The Maul World is going to get that medal. Tantric and Noob Van Noob. Good opposition on Dust and Gil Rickards at this point. Robini is going to decide he's going to rebuild his heavy laser turret at the back. Antagonist. He's going to run his pawns forward. There's just enough static D at the back probably to not worry about these pawns. I don't know how much damage they're going to get done. There's not any power. But there's just not enough pawns to take advantage of it. The laser tower's not really able to fire at their full effect, but it was more than enough to deflect those pawns. At the north, Lopez and Nocturne behind this mountain, facing off in this massive choke point. In comes Nocturne with some tanks. Tony Lopez should have enough to deflect this, but not before he loses a tower and a mechs. Oh, he's going to jump on it. He's going to have to pull his commander in. Oh, he doesn't fire with the commander. Nocturne probably could have pressed that, but he retreats. Noob Van Noob and Tantric putting the pressure on Dust and Rickards right now at the middle. Large armies here. Tantric's going to move forward with some tanks and take out some static defense of Rickards. Meanwhile, Deathcore and Undecillion still at a standoff. Neither of them willing to jump forward and try to put a mechs down at these points. Noob Van Noob is putting some pressure on Undecillion. Deathcore might be able to move forward at some point. If Undecillion gets distracted like that again, it would be an ideal moment to move the army in. G Money G and Osminum, however, just trading shots right now. I would probably get a... I think the ideal situation really would be to move a constructor up here. Put some ballistic artillery. G Money G wouldn't really have an answer to that. Back towards the center, Tantric. Gil Rickards, Antagonist, come in to try and support Tantric, runs forward. Gil Rickards, his commander's in the open, not gonna do enough damage here. Does put about half damage on him though. Causes Gil Rickards to retreat. Gonna buy Tantric a little bit of space here. Robini lining up a force here. Whole bunch of thugs. Serious static D-wall here. Antagonist constructing more static D at the front. Back at the center, Undecillion and Deathcore clash. Death on both sides here. Sky sharing some of his energy out. Artillery coming in from Noob Van Noob. All shots whiff, though, no damage. But a lot of these bots are really heavily damaged right now. He's only got one artillery battery at the back. Down at the bottom, Osminum got into a fight. He tried to push this defense. It looked like his whole army got wiped out. He doesn't really have a lot down here. G Money G has a strong defensive position. Not really in any immediate danger. Osminum has not yet run any more units up. Tantric and Gil Rickards at point-blank range here. Noob Van Noob and Dust. Clear defensive line drawn in the center here. Tony Lopez wins his fight against Nocturne. He had his rocket bots there. He ran them forward. He also took out the commander. He killed, I think, Nocturne's commander there. Bad situation. Lopez controls the northern choke point. Robini's going to have to devote forces. And now we see why. When I played, I didn't feel much pressure from him. It's because Sony won his fight up the north and Brobini had to use his units to defend his north side. Here at the middle, Noob and Tantric kind of pulled back, giving a little bit more space for Rickards and Dus. Undecillion and Deathcore. Just trading artillery shots here. At the bottom, G-Money G kind of rampaging through the southern checkpoints, looking like blue team will take the southern checkpoint here. But Osminem still has all of this north, all these north resources, has not yet built, hasn't yet built a geothermal yet. Killed Rickards and Brobini. Both commanders forward. There's not a lot of static here. There's only artillery. They are at risk. They're not building anything either. There goes a few more light turrets. Those commanders are just right out in front of the army right now. Meanwhile, Brobini. Difficult situation here. G-Money G. Got free reign here. He's just going to walk his bots right up the ramp. Undecillion and Deathcore still trading shots. Undecillion going to run his units in. More than enough DPS to take out the heavy laser. Betagonist and Tantric. Betagonist, send his units out. It's a whole pawn squad. He's going to go forward. He's going to take out the mechs. He's going to pull back. Looks like he doesn't want to be too aggressive. Easy mechs pick off. Pulls back. Tantric's going to move some of his military into position. Still not much defending those commanders. Up at the north, Lopez building forces but not attacking. Teal says he might be in trouble. Yeah, he might be. And down here, Betagonist is going to run in. Those commanders, that's completely isolated. Betagonist surrounds with a tier 1, detonates, double kill on commanders. It's going to kill the entire emplacement, the mechs, and all the static D. That whole area is cleared. Tantric can have the run of the place now. He's going to run his army in right after that attack. Easy pickings here. There's just no army. So Tantric's going to get in with these fast assault tanks. Just start picking apart some stuff. But a heavy tank is going to completely deflect this attack. Going to take out several tanks. Tantric decides to pull back. But he pulls back in range of Brobini's static D. So now this tank's not really having a good time of it. Back down at the south. Osminem completely lost track here. Has no... Oh, what is going on up here? A Tech 2. How did he even get that there? Better question. Oh, that's Mall World. Never mind. Never mind. It's all good. It's building tier 2 up there. Nocturne calls for help. Lopez attacking on the northern flank. It's going straight through. Didn't really build a whole lot of static D. Just trying to compensate. He's got plenty of metal income right now. Lunty, 246 with 243. Not sure where all that metal is going. He might be trying to eco up right now. He's got a bot and a vehicle lab and a tier 2 bot lab. He has no construction help. His economy is actually not enough to run that much production. Back down on the bottom, Osminem is pushed back into the southern... He's pushed back into the southern choke. There is enough artillery. All this static D is still here for G-Money. This isn't a very strong army by Osminem, but at the very least he's got a presence there now. Deathcore got pushed back a little bit. Undecillion. Not a whole lot of static D, however. Does have an army presence. Is pulling from several mexes at the front, but Noob and Deathcore could run that over if they really wanted to. Betagonist now trading artillery. Building some heavy laser. Got two gauntlets dropping shots from long range. Not much that Brobini can do about that because he has to devote so much of his force to the north. Actually, there's no force here at all. There's just no units. Brobini has only 14 income for metal. Yeah, big battle over here. Noob Van Noob going for Undecillion, but Noob's commander is there. D-guns a whole bunch of them. A lot of rocket bots too, so a lot of volleys just being slung into Undecillion's forces. Now the position's starting to weaken for blue here. G-Money's got a decent hold of the bottom, but Dust lost a lot of his army. Undecillion has almost the only standing army in the center for blue right now. It's almost entirely static defense. which means, and Sony Lopez has a ton of static D up in the northern choke point. All of his units are on the cliff. Sharp's going to run in a gunship, however. There's no anti-air up there, so Sharp's going to run in a gunship. Start taking out those units, but he gets in range of B-tagonist anti-air. He's going to pull back the gunship. And Sony's going to run his army into B-tagonist's static defense. So does Tantric. It's a safe place to be with that much static in the area. B had plenty of time to build, thanks to Lopez's push up the north. Still no tier 2 for B-tagonist, however. On the other hand, tier 2 constructor, there's just a free constructor for Red Surprise. But B-tagonist could request that at any time if he had eyeballs and was looking at it. It's alright, we're worried about eco right now. We're building turrets. That's fine. B-tagonist is, he's got it. He's gonna run his units around. Doesn't want to get hit by free artillery shots. Only artillery over there, though. What is actually doing that? An agitator, medium plasma artillery. There's only one, though. Not enough DPS. Noob's gonna push in. Dus has almost nothing at the front. Oh, that's cool. The Dragon Claw pop-up turret. Oh, is that just... Well, it is wreckage, so it will block movement, but it's not gonna have health. Gunships coming in. Sharp's gunships come in, and they're going to dish out some damage to Noob's artillery, but with only 3 gunships, not a whole lot of DPS here. So Noob's just going to run into the place. He's going to do a lot of eco damage. He's got a whole bunch of thugs dropping plasma on everything. Dus is going to lose his entire front position. Tantric sees the opportunity. Why not? Might as well push in. He runs in. He had run in at some point, tried to deal out a damage. Took out some of the static D, not a whole lot though. Sony's going to run his army in. B turns around. He's going to try and support this push. And B decides to pull back. Maybe the gunships being a serious deterrent. He decides to pull his bots back to avoid the airstrikes. Tantric on the south side of B, however, running straight in. He's going to clean up the rest of Gil Rickard's economy. On the front outpost completely gone. Undecillion and G Money still holding. However, Noob and Tantric have completely gutted the central bases here. Sony now going to push in with Rocket Boss to the south. B-tagonist asks for tier 2. He will get it. Sony just going to run in and tear this position apart. Keeping those rockets firing. This is a highly upgraded plasma artillery, however. It's got those rank ups from doing so much damage, but it looks like he'll hold. Nocturne's going to come in with some units to try and clean up the rest of Sony's forces, and it's going to work. Robini surviving for now. Sharp's gunships now overhead of his base. Guy says 1 minute coming. Not sure what he's building. He's building anti-nuke right now. Sharp says reclaim. Rickard says it's too late. Osminem says, how does he have vision? Not sure who he's talking about. Maybe G Money? Well, he doesn't have vision, but he does have a radar signature. I mean, he's got a radar over there. Does he have any artillery? He does have artillery, so that's probably why. Undecillion says, I'm next target likely. Robini. Really in a bad position here. Nocturne doesn't have enough units at the front. Lopez is going to eventually run that over. Undecillion can't safely move out. Static D in units directly to his west from Deathcore. Noob's got a small. He could overrun this small force to the north. But he doesn't feel comfortable with moving out yet. Osminem gonna abandon the southern choke point entirely. And he's just gonna run straight towards where Deathcore's set up. That's enough units to completely run this over. Undecillion is in a bad spot right now if they decide to push. Tantric out there alone with his commander. I don't think he's reclaiming right now. Trying to get a little bit of extra money, or metal. Got plenty of income right now because of that, and here goes. Undecillion needs to hold here. He can't lose this position, but Noob is going to bring in some Sheldons. So now there's mobile artillery as well, and this was the push I was talking about. Undecillion, there's not enough here to stop this. Money, unable to do anything. Sharp's only just now got anti-air in the sky. He does have some gunships, but there's no mobile anti-air down here. He could bring his gunships in. Dus is going to move in with some tier 2. Finally, he's going to get some hounds in there. The antagonist just holding at the moment. He's currently upgrading his metal income at this time. Sony up at the north. Complete domination of the northern choke point. Osmanov doesn't dominate the lower checkpoint, but he does have just enough there to discourage G-Money from pushing in. Undecillion almost completely lost his position. Barely holding out here. He's got Centurions. They're dishing out quite a lot of damage, so he holds. Somehow, all of the static is gone, but there's still units there. This guy says, let's push. What do we got coming out? There's a Vanguard on the field. That's going to be painful. And he's got a Titan. But he is basically alone. Titan is completely isolated, but that's a lot of HP and a lot of DPS. Dus is going to go south. Dus needs to be pushing with the Titan right now, but he goes south. There he goes. Now he's moving forward. Noob is going to call out that there's a Titan at the center. Antagonist and Sony holding at the top. Robini and Nocturne. Just kind of standing by at the moment. This Titan taking a lot of damage, but, well, actually, he's barely, there's not a dent on that thing right now. Noob trying to call for units to go forth. He's going to wipe out this position. Antrix going to come in. Going to flank with some Jaguars. Those can do quite a bit of damage, but Titan's going to make pretty quick work of all of them. Osmanum collecting a push here. Pushing G-Money back. Oh my goodness, and I missed it, but Noob came up with the commander, D-gun the Titan. Guy says no supports, but, well, let's be real. You didn't think he was going to run in there with a D-gun. Guy says no support, but Undecillion says he just got wiped, and Dus says I sent you everything I had. Should have been an offense. That really should have been a defensive hold. That was the Titans can really anchor a force here. Up at the north, we got some super heavy tanks. For Nocturne, they're dishing out major pain. Sony's having a hard time actually breaching that right now. However, Spider Bot's coming straight down the cliff. Right into the back of the line for Brobini. He's got no units there. All of his units are at his front base. A whole bunch of Marauders coming up. Red Surprise, building a Marauder force. The antagonist has resumed unit production. Currently salvaging old energy converters and building a fusion reactor. He might have to shut off production again. A push coming in from Brobini. He's feeling the pressure. The antagonist going to move his units up, but these rockets, you just charge in with these units right now. Rockets aren't that great against typical combat units. They're way better against static defense. B's going to push them all off. Nearly all the rockets die. B pulls back to his defensive line. Nocturne comes from the north, pulls south. Is he going to push straight into B-tagonist's line? What's the call here? He's already taken artillery fire. Big artillery hits here. B-tagonist, he takes off running. All of his units get wiped out. B's trying to pull his commander back. But here come the Marauders. Big support push by Red Surprise. If he runs north, it's dead for Nocturne. But no, it's going to go straight forth. He doesn't have to help. Tantric's already got it. Tantric's going to come forward, push those heavy tanks off of B's area. Marauders, huge Marauder force coming across. These are the whole bunch. Really nice in numbers. They do a lot of DPS. You can run them in. They have a lot of health. 4,000 health for a single unit, not too bad. The weakest tier 3 unit for Armada, but at the same time, kind of intimidating watching all these freaking walkers walk in your base. They take a big hit from something. There's a flying fortress over their head. They don't have a lot of anti-air, so that might be able to push them off. But this is non-stop Marauder production from Red Surprise. And something big has gone up. A commander's died. Once the smoke clears, we can get a look at who bought it. Looks like Tantric's commander goes down. Dust says, I hate you, Blue. Wow. Okay. Cillian's gonna say GG. Why wouldn't you when you have a whole freaking army of Marauders being pushed in here like these are tier 1 spam? And look at that many construction turrets. These things are what is that, a 10-second build time per Marauder? Less than 10 seconds. Holy shit. Nothing really else to do here. Betagonist is producing units again, moving his units forward. He's gonna start reviving the front. Nocturne. They'll have some super heavy tanks here, but that Marauder push was devastating. Completely cleared him out of the middle there. Guy, however, Sky is... What the hell? What is Sky doing? I think Sky got some friendly fire on accident, maybe, on Undecillian's stuff. Turn says, how did you let them in my base? Waited 15 minutes to deal lowest damage, I'm not sure. Guy over here really didn't produce a lot of damage, that's true. But I think he had more problems than just Blue here. Marauders, down in the south. Completely gutting G-Money-G's economy. G-Money still has units, but he can't produce any more at this time. Have a much more experienced team? Well, sure, I guess. Betagonist not included there. I think it was rigged from the start, and Cillian says. And it's pretty much over here. Another wave of Marauders is coming in. There's still units all over the field, but that's about it. Betagonist. G-Money in the south, still trying to put up a fight, but without any way to reinforce his line. He's gotta kite this. Try and keep it pulled back, but I don't think it's gonna do any good here. Another Marauder push. Not just rank it, they have games played, they have many more. Can you see that from here? Dust says no, I mean we had our chances, it's true. We were one player behind the whole game. Also kind of true, Sky did not really contribute a huge amount of damage output. He was trying to go. Blue got a Titan and suicided it to a D-gun, yes. I think that was a critical moment. Because Red Surprise wasn't far off. Red Surprise wasn't far off from doing his production push with these Marauders. Holding at the center, defensively using the Titans. See, he's got even more. He's got 2 more Titans coming. He's got all-terrain heavy plasma cannons. And Decillian says that's what I mean, an experienced player wouldn't do those things. I don't really think that's fair. I think you can judge every situation a little differently. I mean, it's easy to just say, oh yeah. I mean, it's because they had more games played. I mean, look. Robini says, did I do alright? This was my first game. You did good, Brini. I'll tell you right now, you did good. Your hold was over. Your hurt. If it weren't for Sony taking over, look, I wish I could have had a bigger fight with you, buddy. You held it good. He did. There were enough defenses that kind of kept me at bay, and I didn't do well with my. I didn't do that well with my economy, so I couldn't really push his defenses very much with what little I had. But he did good, Bro Beanie. You did pretty good, buddy. Not bad. I will say maybe producing... I will say trying to kite the defenses. I did have the heavy artillery built, so maybe that wouldn't have worked, but maybe earlier on having some more rocket bots to kite defenses with. I don't know. Hey, it was GG's all around. We had some good fights. Thus, gonna run in with his Titans here. Most of the blue team is already left. We're just watching the last gas. Something explodes over here. An advanced reactor looks like gone up in smoke. All players leave. That's the end of the game. So as far as helping other players, I think it was fine that I stayed where I was. I think I did just fine, just remaining where I was at, not being too aggressive. Building all that static D was really useful, but most useful was that artillery. You can't shirk range. If all I had there was lasers, I would have been in trouble. It was having that artillery gives him something to think about when it comes to a push or trying to build more defense. And thank you, Tantric, because you came in and chased those super heavy tanks off right at the right moment. I didn't have anything to fight that. I would have had to try and degun that shit. So he came in and chased them off, and that saved me from dying. So GG to Tantric as well. Good job, Robini. Good job all around. Wasn't a bad game. I would even say it was mostly even for the first, I would say, half. I was pretty pleased. I'm reasonably pleased with my performance, but it's that mid to late game transition. I really need to work on that. For sure. For sure. Oh, well, this fucking energy. It's not like I have anywhere to be. What do you say? We check out another one. Why not? Let's check the battle list. We got an a free-for-all. You have a free-for-all? No way. Surely not. How many players will you even get for that? 8v8, join fast, good happy time is what this game is called. Look at this. Look at how many games are ongoing. I mean, it's not like thousands and thousands of people play the game, but I don't think their servers could probably support that already. I did notice significant lag while playing. We got another... Oh, we got a tier 20. How long has this game been going? 27 minutes? Oh, yeah. We're not going to cast a game from the mid. I wouldn't mind watching another rank 20 plus, but... Let's see. Let's join this 8v8. Let's get our friggin'... Let's get our spectate on. Shall we? Got all 8 players, so should commence soon. Map right now is going to be Star Watcher. And a quick thank you to Sharp Forever and Epic Pariah for joining the channel. Thank you for following. I am trying to clear an enormous amount of debt before October. And so I can't stream regularly, unfortunately. If I do start pulling in regular viewers, I might start setting aside a specific day every week where I tell them don't schedule me that day. I'll probably work all 6 of the other days if possible. So at the moment, my stream schedule is completely unpredictable. I will try to be on generally during what I would consider normal hours. I'll try not to be on in the middle of the night or anything like that. So it's probably going to be in the afternoon, maybe once or twice a week when I have time. I'm also working on a card game and working on illustrations and music for a video game project. So it's, I'm pretty packed out. But in fact, this will probably be my last one. I do want to get some work done on the card game. So this might be my last cast for the day. Let's hope it's a good one. I don't want to if it's going to be like a flaccid, 10-minute game, I'm gonna have to do another one because I don't like ending. I don't want to end on a bad game, you know what I mean? Or a quick one where it's just one team gets run over. Currently deciding what kind of map they want. A vote to set the map to Darkside v3. There might be enough no maps here. Darkside, more like shit side, somebody says. So they're deciding on a map at the moment. Eight horses? I haven't fought here before. I watched Winter cast a game here. So I will get to cast a game near now. That's exciting. So we'll describe the map first, and then when all the teams are ready. Somebody is not ready. Okay, we're all readied up. And it's looking like... Are we good? We ready? All right, here we go. The quiet rivers. The calm deltas. All the little animals and fish living peacefully. Until a big fucking robot stomps on their entire habitat and nukes it into oblivion. This is beyond all reason. We have 8v8 at 8 horses. Prepare yourselves. Let's talk about the map. At the bottom, we have a small river, or not a river, but a lake. Bottom center. There's a lot of cliffs. Let's see what the elevation looks like. So about medium height cliffs. That'll hinder movement. Bots can't get up those. However, there are a lot of ramps leading up to some of these cliffs. Bots will have an easier time climbing them than vehicles will driving up them. All the mechs points here are 2, so they will bring in 2 metal per second. There's a river in the north of the map, running in a horseshoe shape, fitting for the name, as well as a delta in which there are various little mini rivers, which I'm sure gunboats or something can probably get through there. It might be wide enough for gunboats. There are mechs points inside the river. Well, let's begin. Introduce our red team. Starting from top to bottom, since they're all in a line here. Trackle in the top left. Yankikong. Konki has control of the river. Beeve Nasty. Tetsu. Draz. I got 0 kills. And Kofu. You'll recognize these names from a few of the previous games. And on the blue team. Object 416. Jack Snacks. Keith River has the river. Nerdy Zen. Sobi. Octon left. Whatever that means. And JT Snake. Starting positions. Slightly interesting here. Because there's a player that hasn't placed commander yet. Bloodwind has not placed a commander. There he is. Is he planning? Don't want to do that. No, Bloodwind needs to move. Jack Snacks isn't going to have enough metal to start. I hope he didn't. Oh, he readied. He readied up. Jack Snacks I don't think is readied though, so he could move to a southern position. Yep, he's going to have to. Bloodwind came in and just snatched that spot from him. Konki was a heavy hitter. Konki did well. He was fighting among the cliffs. He had the cliff presence in the top left of the map that he played in. He did pretty well holding it off. But there was a... quite a lot of drama there to be had with the player who Konki took his units, and then when he rejoined, he had to give a bunch of the units back in the middle of the game. There's a bunch of chat going on right now. There might be some arguments happening here on the blue team, but I'm pretty sure everybody's ready to go. A bunch of blue team has yet to ready up. They're bullshitting in chat at this time. Like a force start's about to begin. Should vote yes all the way around, I assume. JT Snake with the great dicks out, let's go, and I agree. 8v8 at 8 horses begins.
Now, we wait until something else exciting happens. Let's fill some dead air, shall we? What are we looking at for the composition of the ground players on each side? On red. Got 1 vehicle, 2 vehicle, 3 vehicle. I think that's a bot lab. It's gonna be really vehicle heavy on this side. For blue. Vehicles. He has not queued up a building for production yet. Bot lab already coming down for Sobi. Bot lab for Jax next. So it's going to be heavier bots. It's going to be bot heavy versus vehicle heavy here. Be able to have more bots, however. Tanks, while they are more expensive, hit a little harder. Last a little longer. So we'll see how this works out. It's going to be an interesting speed versus power conflict in the bottom of the map. In the top, obviously they're going to get their naval structures up and running on both sides in the control of the river, but their support players to the top left and bottom, top left and top right. On the top right, we have blue, Object 416 and Bloodwind. Going for bots and hovercraft. Good choice. Definitely going to need some hovercraft. In fact, I wouldn't be upset if they both went hovercraft. Got bots and vehicle plant. So there's definitely going to be a mobility advantage for blue team in the north. Since Object 416 is going hovercraft, there is no hovercraft for the top left for red. And he's got his shipyard up for the river, so it's going to be... They're going to have a serious disadvantage in terms of movement there. Scouts taking to the field. First scouts up. Tetsu. He has 5 rovers going across midfield right now. A whole tick swarm. We got 7 ticks running across. That's Nerdy Zen, not Sobi. I got 0 kills. Starts with some blitz fast heavy, we're just gonna fucking absolutely annihilate those words real quick. Hold on, okay, we're good. My brain clearly needs some fucking oxygen. I got 0 kills with his fast assault tanks coming across the map. No scouts for him. He decides tanks are the answer, and I agree. Kofu also going military first, getting some pawns out going to the south. First boats are in the river. Conky's expanding faster than Key the River at the moment. If we look at the river players are definitely important. 11-2-16. We're having some combat somewhere. Over here. Jack Snacks kills some scouts. Down in the bottom. JT Snake. He's got a stout medium tank. Pretty early time for a tank. But he's going to do a bunch of damage to these grunts. Gonna be hard to hit them though. And their enhanced maneuverability, they're going to take them out. So tank goes in, gets rejected. JT's coming up with 3 more, however. Yonky Kong has decided to go straight across the river into the bottom section of the map. Not going to go straight across into the delta. Schrakel, no units yet. However, he has been jumped by one of Object 416's hovercraft. Talking about that. Stockdome comes up, deguns 2 tanks, and he's just going to move on like nothing happened. Jack Snacks. Calling something out for Bloodwind. Not sure what, however. We got a force moving across here. Bunch of pawns. Yonky Kong moving across the north section of the map. Tetsu sends some scouts forward, and they're going to see Jack Snacks is moving some of these grunts towards the middle. Everybody's commanders have moved to the front now. I don't think anybody's going to... Well, Trakel might detonate eventually. Honky's doing a much better job here expanding down the river. Bloodwind pointing out some units. Bloodwind's commander's far forward. Yonky Kong, however, that's enough units to maybe jump this commander. He's just going to run straight in. We might see first blood on commander here. He's going to get in range. He needs to try and kite them and degun, but it just doesn't have the skill. Bloodwind's going to be the first one killed. Takes all the units with it. but he has no way to capitalize on the metal that's left on the field. Yankee pulling in the first commander kill of the game. Down south, JT Snake and Kofu on one side of this cliff, duking it out. 0 kills, and Sockdone on the other side of the cliff. Standing off right now. No support. Kofu's going to drive JT Snake out of the choke point down to the bottom. Jack Snacks moving some vehicles up. Okay, he's going to try and guard the commander wreck. But Yankee Kong has pointed out that the wreck is over there. Beeve Nasty going to run in with some light tanks and get picked off pretty much. He loses a couple already. Position at the bottom is stabilized. Up at the top, Jack Snacks post up to defend the commander. Jack Snacks and Nerdy Zen come in and are both taking the metal. About 1,000 metal each. I'm not sure which one has higher build power. Oh, they both have the same amount of build power, so they'll both pull 1,000 metal off that. Meanwhile, he's holding. However, Sobi doesn't have a lot of units in this choke point, so Sockdone is going to have to it's going to be a 2v1 for a second. Sobi's going to finally move his units in, though. Sobi should put some static D on top of this cliff and keep his units to the south to support Sockdone, though. He's going to move in. Does he push? He doesn't push yet. At center, Beef Nasty and Yankee Kong facing off against Nerdy Zen and Jack Snacks. Jack Snacks has the highest army over here between the two of them on blue team. Red team, a lot of movement, building a few static defenses, nothing too exciting yet happening there. Mostly just a standoff. Draco, not really. Here he comes, okay. He's got some light tanks slowly making their way across. Object 416 for blue team, though, already has the center. He's basically taken the entire delta. He's taken almost every mech's point over there. Turn up this volume. Need more explosions. Sobi and Sockdone are trading shots with Tetsu and Draz. Nothing too intense yet, but it's the artillery line standoff. Here he comes. Conky up in the north, attacking into 416 with his light tanks. He just doesn't have a lot of mobility. Those tanks really need to be out of the water to get anything done here. And Object 416 does hold, but only barely. Conky, on the other hand, taking the river fight to Keith River. Will command the river. It looks like it's a relatively even fight here, actually. They have almost equivalent force on either side, so the naval standoff continues, but with Object 416 controlling the delta, Conky's going to need to eliminate Keith River quickly. In the meantime, Yankee Kong is going to move some of his units north. He's going to support this push-up here. Going to move his pawns in. Get in behind Object 416. He's going to start taking out some of these mechs as completely undefended. At the bottom, red team and blue team still standing off. 0 kills. Does he have radar? Does he know that there's nothing there? He's got radar coverage. He should know there's nothing there, but he moves up to the top here. He tries to put a beholder up there to have some vision, but doesn't get anything. Does he have... Well, he doesn't even have artillery. Not sure exactly what the purpose of that is. Oh, 0 kill. Isolated. Sockdone jumps on him. I don't think there's enough there. His D-gun hits were good. He only takes 0 kill down to half health. Still artillery, just falling all over the place. Up at the north, things stabilize. Keith River doesn't quite have the forces here to deal with this. Coral. Conky's building a coral. It's a heavy laser turret. That's gonna give him a good anchoring point he can start pushing out from. Keith River does not have that many defenses up front. It's mostly just the units, actually. No turrets at all. Yankee Kong's now engaged with 416. Big bot force coming in. A whole bunch of pawns are just gonna run straight into this line. These hover tanks are pretty stout, but too many pawns here. They're just gonna run into the middle of them, get that bonus flanking damage. Every hover tank falls. Only about a quarter of the pawns get taken down. Object 416 definitely was something to think about. 0 kill tries to move in with his units. He takes a mech at the front. He's got his medium tanks parked there, but there's a rocket line from Sockdone. So he's gonna start taking rockets to those tanks. I don't think pushing in is gonna get you anywhere. You should definitely fall back here. Sockdome walks up, D-guns 2 tanks. He gets 1 tank out. Back at the top, Object 416 getting pushed back. Yankee Kong basically just single-handedly interrupting 416's control of this area. Red team now in a pretty good position at the north. What is Bloodwind doing over here? He's producing some units. He's really not ecoing very fast at all, however. It's 2v1 up north. He's correct. Object 416 pushed completely out of the delta. There is now nobody on the delta left. Maybe Yankee Kong moves up and takes it. Maybe Trakel does. Either way. 0 kill. Trade more shots with Sockdone. Just throwing up a few tanks at a time. He needs to let those tank forces build. JT Snake and Kofu in the very bottom. Just trading a bunch of shots off. They just have lines of units, walk up, take a bunch of shots, and back off again. However, JT Snake has moved up artillery. Kofu doesn't have a lot of heavy firepower here. I don't know that he has enough to punch this. He's going to need to outnumber this force by a significant margin. He's going to do anything here. Just to the north of that conflict, still in the south of the map, 0 kills on the other side of the cliff from Kofu. Sockdone at the top pretty much has him stifled. Sobi up there fighting Draz, but Tetsu's going to bring his units in. It's a 2v1 against Sobi right now. Up in the north, Yankee Kong completely he's continuing his push. He's now dealing with Nerdy Zen's units while he's at it. I think he should start to slow down a little bit here. Maybe shore up. He doesn't have a lot of units. He's spread very thin right now. However, Trakel has moved in. He's taking control of the Delta. Object 416 can't push back across that shore. And you can see the way the battle lines are oriented. Let me draw a line for you here. Center is gradually being lost. Slowly but surely. Red team continues in its inexorable advance. Object 416, he's going to send his force to the south. He knows he just needs to deal with Yankee Kong. Don't even worry about the good timing that he gets there, too. Yankee Kong's looking kind of antsy. He's moving his units up a little bit at a time. He's trying to bait the armies in by sending out rocket volleys. Nothing yet. Still plenty of pawns there on the defense. In the south, 0 kills. He just runs his commander in. Was that an intentional commander bomb? Maybe? Yes. I think it was. Ran up there. Sockdone took the commander out, but it killed his entire forward base. Everything died. 0 kills, didn't lose hardly anything there except for his commander. He can go run up there and if he wanted to, he could run up and revive it. He's gonna go ahead and just reclaim that medal though, 2,000 medal. At this point in the game, probably don't need the commander. Sobi, however, decent amount of army here. He's gonna get right up in 0 kills face while simultaneously fighting Draz and Tetsu at the same time. JT Snake now has to hold against both Kofu and 0 kill. I think it's the right call here to build defenses in both areas and try to keep them separated by the cliff. You don't want their armies to be able to consolidate. And if 0 kill gets any further in this choke point, he's going to have a flanking spot for Sobi. So JT, work cut out for him here. In the north, near the middle of the map, Yankee Kong just continuing to wreck everything. How much damage has he done? He's surely done top damage, absolutely. Top damage in this game. Conky has taken over the river almost completely. Heath River. Not enough of a navy, and he has no range. He doesn't have any missiles, so he can't really support the ground force. Jack's next, though. He pulled up here. Fiends. The Fiend run by goes and kills a whole bunch of Yankee Kong's army. That's bought them some time. But Kong's got a whole bunch of Resbots running around, and that's a lot of wrecks to take advantage of. Nerdy Zen knows that too. He's reclaiming rather than rezzing. Air coming across the top. Vic 416 about had it with his ground battle bullshit. We're gonna go in with some regular bombers, it looks like. Yep, tier 1 bombers. Is there anything in the way? He's trying to spam out an anti-air as quickly as possible. I don't think there's any other anti-air. No. There's no other anti-air, so these are just gonna hit. Oh, big damage. Takes out every construction turret. Totally neuters his ability to produce. Trakel There's still nothing here. With the construction turrets down, he can't build the anti-air, so his eco is going to get hit too. There's still no anti-air. No anti-air for... No, there's no fighter presence for red. Nobody can get over there to help him right now. He's just taking big hits. Only thing I would say to do now is rebuild at center. I mean, he's got his commander over there. You've got the anti-air. Rebuild solar. Plenty of wind. Get your solar rebuild at midfield and try to run your base from there. Once again, air. Yeah, it's just you get too wrapped into the land battle and you forget and you kind of need some air. Those bombers had all day. They're gonna come south. Yankee Kong already prepared, has some anti-air. I don't know if they have enough DPS to take them out. And those 2 bombers gonna get into the back of Conky's base now. How much damage are we gonna do here? Total chain reaction. All of the energy production. All of the energy production goes. Conky. Big hit to his economy. Blue was in a bad spot. Could really turn it around. Yankee Kong. He's got anti-air. It's gonna get bait. Oh! Object 416's bomber swings a bit too wide. Gets right back into Yankee Kong's anti-air. That's the last bomber, but the damage was dealt. Huge damage to Conky and to Trakel. They still have units up front, though. You gotta deal with those armies, or... Gotta deal with those armies, or all that eco damage. It's not gonna do anything. It's telling Keith River to push the river, because he doesn't have any production now, but there's a lot of static D and a large navy up there, so no eco or not, it's gonna be hard for him to push. JT Snake, down in the very south, is the last of his units here pushing against Kofu. Trying to maintain his advantage here. Commander goes down. It's gonna be Kofu's commander, I think. Dobie, pretty much overrun here. Zero Kill has taken complete control of that choke point. He has completely flanked Sobi. Now, Suckdome has to go south and try and push off Zero Kill. Buy JT Snake some time at the midfield. Big old fight going down here. It's Yankee Kong versus Nerdy Zen at the middle. He's got a whole squad of Resbots. That's a ton of Resbots. He's going to reclaim immediately. I think there was enough time and space there with these units. Maybe a res would have been a better call here. However, Yankee over here, rebuilding his eco. Still not great, and he has low metal production at the moment. Dobie, fighting to the last man here. Zero Kill, nothing left. Nothing left to stop him. Can go straight into Sobi's backline. And he's going to start tearing up the forward base of Sobi. Stockton and JT fighting in the south choke point. A little bit of artillery. They're holding, but you're going to need to do more than hold here. Neither of them have great eco. In the north, is Keith River able to capitalize? At the moment, no. Anki had time to get a bunch of destroyers up. Keith doesn't have the economy. His economy is actually just outright poor, I would say. He's not even producing any units right now. Nobody's gonna call GG. I'm not sure what exactly Keith River is doing here. What is he building? I think there's a production line widget, but I don't remember. Jack Snacks and Nerdy Zen, big armies, are really pushing against the forces of Beef Nasty, Yankee Kong, and somewhat Tetsu. But in the south, they have to hold. They have to hold here. They badly need to stop this advance by Kofu. If they can hold, just retreat back to this checkpoint, hold that choke point there, because the north is starting to gain ground again. Economy is nearly even on both sides. Slight advantage to blue, though. This is a winnable game. But they have to hold at the south. There needs to be more down here. Does blue have any air he can launch? There's no air here. He reclaimed his air factory to get back on ground unit production, so there's no capability for him to hit support in that measure. Non-stop units out of Jack Snacks right now, building tons of Sheldons, completely outranging his enemy. Tetsu's gonna move to the high ground, right over Jack Snack's force. Does he have? He probably has total vision here. Betsu's got clear vision on the entire army from up here. He's going to drop massive artillery strikes. A big salvo coming in. Mostly misses, but a couple of the Sheldons go down. Kanki says anti-nukes are up. Red. Kofu and Zero Kills draw battle lines. They're deciding to slow down first. That's going to give JT Snake and Sokdom the time they need to rebuild a defensive line. And up at the north, Keith River just doesn't have anything to do. Well, he's got the subs. He's going to run submarines in. I don't remember if submarines have, or if destroyers. Destroyers do have torpedoes. However, he needs to run those submarines in and just kill one. Even if you lose them, it's fine. You just need to make progress on the river. Kanki's back up in his eco. He doesn't have a lot of metal production, but his energy's right back on track. Meanwhile, there's now enough units in the far south for Sokdon and JT to hold here. Is he going to do a Fiend run by? Or a lot of thugs? I don't know that these Fiends will do anything. Those are medium assault tanks and thugs, so I think those Fiends will get melted if they try to run in. But up just north of that line, Zero Kill is going up, trying to just run tanks right through Sobi's line. Sobi has to retreat the whole thing, which is going to make him give up. He's forward mechs here. There's no units there to stop this. But he should do enough damage to stop this before it does really any major eco damage. Nerdy Zen, Jack Snacks at the top. Strong battle lines here. Donkey Kong and Beef Nasty not really in any position. Who's saying to push? He's put some arrows there trying to direct Beef Nasty to push forward. In the south, Honky, seaplane gunships. He built some seaplanes, he's run them far south, and he's just gonna walk them straight into JT Snake's base. The damage, that's a whole bunch too. JT's base is going to go down. That is not what they needed. Critical timing for Conky. Holding in the north, holding that river, not doing anything too complex up there, letting Trakel and Yankee cover the land route, giving him time to build up some air and get these seaplanes going. And they're going to go into Sokdon. No anti-air in the back, so guess what happens? Sokdon has no way to fight this. There's some anti-air in Sobi's base that's taking pot shots, but only one turret down there to stop this right now. Sokdon's just going to say, all right, GG. And I don't blame him. Great flank there by Conky. Trakel. Almost no units left for JT. He's pretty much completely out of the fight. Sokdon. Some of the gunships have gone down from the neighboring anti-air. And he's just going to run his commander in and try to get some kills, but they're too tall, too high up to de-gun them. He's going to get some anti-air, just build it at point-blank range. The commander's build power, super effective here. He's going to get some anti-air. He might save most of the base. He couldn't kill the advanced fusion reactor. Sokdon is not completely out of this fight. He still has a factory. He still has energy. He still has advanced metal mining. It's a doable fight, and JT still has enough units to try and hold this line, but they're only fiends. They can't hold that forever. JT needs to get back on track. It's not out of the game yet. In the north, Keith River. Keith River should be just mass producing light units right now. He should have the economy already to do this, but he just doesn't have the economy. Hockey's just running through every force. What? He sends some assault frigates. Those don't have torpedoes. Keith doesn't call his submarines back. So those assault frigates are just gonna run straight into Nerdy Zen's economy. Over to the south of the river, though, Jack Snacks and Nerdy Zen have pushed Beef Nasty and Yankee Kong back to center field. JT still covering here. Hero Kill and Kofu don't have the military to push in and finish Sokdon out. And he's actually able to, he's non-stop producing fiends right now. This is best case scenario for Sokdon considering that airstrike. He's got some anti-air now, you better believe. He's got anti-air now. He's gonna move to another base. He's gonna move into the base to the south that was vacated after that airstrike. In JT Snake's area, JT doesn't have any constructor. He has one constructor. He doesn't have any. He has almost no income, however. Trickle at the north. Bring in mobile artillery in. Right now, the river is forming a sort of bulwark between Trakel and Object 416. He doesn't want to move. I don't think Trakel wants to move in necessarily because Nerdy Zen here. This is an imposing force. Nerdy Zen is over there reclaiming and reviving. Well, yeah, reviving and reclaiming units at the front, keeping his forces supplied. Beef Nasty over there is doing nothing. That's the best way to describe this. He doesn't have many units up here. He's finally pulling some heavy assault tanks. They might be able to get the flank on Nerdy Zen. He needs to go run them north immediately. He needs to send them north right now. JT Snake, the rest of his force has fallen. So Sockdown moves in. He's actually given his advanced metal extractor to JT. I don't think that was the right move. That's not the right move at all. JT was not in a position to use any of that eco. And now Sockdome has just straight up units in his base. There goes some of the eco. He has to stop this fusion reactor from falling. If that reactor falls, it is game over, because that's going to take out everything around it when it goes up. Tofu's sending reinforcements in. Sockdome's on a timer to stop this attack from doing critical damage. Meanwhile, Sobi has lost all the remainder of his forces. 5 bull-heavy tanks running straight in. Ignoring the units, just doing massive eco damage. There's nothing to stop those tanks, which means Sockdome has about had it. Just north of Sobi. Jack Snacks. Beef Nasty doing the same thing. Doing the same thing as Draz, just running tanks straight into the enemy base. There's just not enough eco. There's anti-air, but guess what? Anti-air doesn't shoot tanks. Hardly anything to be done there. There's only 2 tanks back there. One of the tanks goes down. There's only 1 tank in the back now. He might survive this. He's got units at the front. Stockdome goes down. Nothing left to fight with. A great attempt. There was potential. But JT couldn't hold the line with his fiends. It would have been hard to do so anyway, no blame there. Keith River has gradually driven back Conky, but now that the entire south has fallen. So he says it's impossible to play bots with passive teammates. People just stand still taking arty shots. Well, there are ways to deal with artillery. You either need your own artillery if you're playing bots, or you need rockets. Zero Kill's gonna run in with a force and just clean up the rest of the south. Jack Snacks has to defend both his south flank and his front. Unfortunately, Bloodwind, most of his base gone too. Jack Snacks, all gone. Nothing left. He's tried to rebuild a little bit to the north as well. There's enough forces here. He does chase off this army. But look at the eco. 700 metal income to 300 on blue. That's just representative of how many players are left, really. I mean, it was probably roughly equal eco earlier, but that airstrike, Conky, winning the game, basically. They need to revert to full defense. It's unfortunately too late for that now. I think there was actually a window there where it's easy to armchair play, but those fiends needed to be close into each other, not forming a line at the front. Fall back, I think. Get closer to the base so that if anybody gets in and flanks, you can protect. You could have protected him a little better. Having them so far forward just had them get melted with tanks. I think pulling them back would have been the good call. Let that base go up, because you know he has all his eco, and somebody told him to give his eco back to JT. Why? He had no capacity to use that. I would have completely ignored that. Kept the eco for myself. That may have crippled his ability to build. This may have been a winnable game had he just kept the eco and said, hey, pull your constructor back We'll get you back in the game, but I need your eco first. I think that was perfectly acceptable. That would have been perfectly acceptable. They've pretty much completely lost now. Jacksnack's entire army just goes forward in a Hail Mary, but they're just Fiends. So they're taking a lot of damage from the turrets. Fiends don't have a lot of health. They do have massive DPS, but you really needed them back at base. A Fiend run by in the base now for Jacksnacks. Conky says, I made bottom win. Watch replay. Trakel says, sure, bud. No, Trakel, he actually did. Trakel was telling him to push forward. Conky unironically won the entire battle in the south with that gunship strike, completely crippling 2 players. So he is correct. Conky says 10 seaplane gunships destroyed the eco 2.5 players. Yes, that is correct. There was nothing they could do against that. Yeah, Conky's completely correct there. That was a stable battle until he came in with those seaplanes. And with his commander dead, he had no way to really quickly build. And here we go. They're just collapsing around the island. Jacksnacks retreating his commander back to the island. Bloodwind and Object, the last standing. Zero kills says Trakel just mad because upset. Yes, I agree. Those gunships take off as fighters overhead, heavy artillery pounding the approaching forces. But there's just too much. A commander goes down. As we watch these tanks just waltz straight in. They're all tier 1, so they're getting kind of ripped up here, but a bunch of medium tanks taking a bunch of damage. Pop-up turrets arrive to the south of the island. Oops, wrong button. South of the island, Beeve Nasty and Yonky Kong running their units in. Bloodwind's base ransacked. Object 416, now the last man standing. Massive static D over to his west, but there's basically nothing protecting his south, and that's where all the units are at. Blood Sublime puts it well. That island will be their tomb. Object really is unironically going to stand here and fight to the last man, and why not? It was a good game. All the tanks getting fried, electrocuted by the heavy tanks. And by whatever that lightning unit is. I don't think that's Jaguars. Into the eco now. Object 416's base. Still producing units non-stop. He's going to run his tanks to the north end of his base. From this camera angle anyway. To the west side. But there's nothing left to defend the south. And here he goes. They collapse on the base. Chain reaction takes out all of the windmills. The reactors are going now. There's a Shiva up here, I think, for him. Yeah. There's a Shiva over there fighting for its life. Object 416 resigns. Soviet Bloodwind, for some reason, still in the game. This game is over. Anki, despite being middle of the road on its statistics, damage efficiency was astoundingly good. And that airstrike completely tilted the game. Still two blue left in the game right now. Not sure why. Definitely a GG moment. Nobody's called a forced stop, however. Well, there's still a commander left. Green's commander. Green's no longer here, obviously. So they're going to collapse on the commander. They deal the final blow. Last commander dead. That was the end of the game. What a airstrike. Conky, MVP for sure. completely tilted the southern map. There wasn't enough army up at the north. If the north had a more scaled up economy, I think, and a lot more units, maybe. There was definitely a lot of opportunities there for strong defense. I think they were small decisions made that ended up ending it for them. I do think they were in actual positions to make something of that, but unfortunately, and here we see, we got kills per minute here. Object 416, massive damage. Conky with 54 kills per minute. And you can see how active they were on the map. Commands per minute as well. Mostly red team, camping at the top of the damage dealt. They did great. It was a great game, I will say. Very enjoyable. That will do it for me. We come to the end of our time of the stream today. Remember, I stream at random. I will try to do it during the midday. There may be random days where I come in and you know, pop in for short periods of time, maybe in the middle of the night, depends on how my schedule is. At 5 followers, thank you guys for joining. Epic Pariah and Sharp Forever joining today as followers. I appreciate you. Thank you for the chat interaction. I love interacting with chat. I know that maybe it's a little bit out of, you know, maybe a lot of casters don't do that. I like it. I love interacting with chat when I'm not completely distracted by the game anyway. So, remember, the more people we get, tell your friends to come and watch, because the more people we get, I can maybe justify making sure I'm off one day a week. That way I can do a guaranteed Thursday stream. I can do random streams elsewhere, but that way you guys know when I'm gonna be on. But I can only do that if I have enough people watching to justify it, because I need every day I can to make money right now. I'm gonna be working a lot this summer. And yes, when I get enough people that I can set a specific day, I will be begging for eBucks, because let me tell you, I would not mind substituting, you know, maybe 2 work days a week to do this stream if I can make a little moolah doing it. So, you know, just saying. I don't have any, there's no workflow for that yet or anything, so. And I do want to improve the stream, at least get a proper BRB stream, screen, a proper intro screen, a proper outro screen, you know, do that stuff before I start acting like I'm some hot shit with like a expertly crafted broadcast. But I hope you guys enjoyed all my casts. God, I love doing this. This is so much fun. This is probably I think this is the most fun I've ever had streaming, is casting games. And beyond all reason, with a healthy player base, I hope it I hope it continues to grow. I would love to see this list of games just packed out constantly, with just hundreds of games going at once. Would love to see it. Well, in the meantime, I am the Betagonist, and I will see you on the next stream.